The Riverside Villas Murder by Kingsley Amis, dramatised for radio by Frederick Bradnam, with Ian Sharrock as Peter Furneaux, Stephen Thorne as Captain Furneaux, and Peter Jeffrey as Colonel Manson. The play begins on a summer evening in 1936. The Riverside Villas Murder.
Hello there, Peter.
Good evening, Mr. Langdon. He's nice, Mr. Langdon. Jolly funny. Terrific imitations of Sidney Howard and C.H. Middleton, he does. I think I'll fly them from here. Not too near the river, and near enough to number 22 Riverside Villas. Mr. Hodgson, a private investigator. Dad says inquiry agent. Also ex-copper. I'll wind up the plane. Aeroplane, sorry. Have a look at garden. Deck chair, book on it. Must be Daphne. Coming back by the look of things. Daphne Hodgson. What does school's code of dishonour say? Find one, then keep on at her until she lets you take her out. But don't touch her until you've got her on her own. Right, aeroplane wound up. Send it on a recce. Troop concentrations, movement of supplies and ammo. 1, 2, 3, off you go! She's climbing. Turning now. Go on. Curve down. Curve down. Hell. Shot up, and there over the hedge of number 22. Blast. Here comes Daphne to her deck chair, wearing those trousers, so don't look there. Have to ask her. Hello, Daphne. Can I fetch my aeroplane?
Your what?
Aeroplane. It's over there in the flowers.
Oh, that model plane.
Yes, can I fetch it?
Why not?
Thanks. It's a Moraine Sonia.
Oh. It's smashed up, is it?
No, it's okay. It'd have to go full speed into a brick wall to do much to itself. It's very light, you see.
Oh. Is it?
Here, feel it.
Oh, I believe you.
What are you reading?
Book.
Ah.
And if you don't mind, I'm going to go on reading it.
I wonder if she's done it. Can't imagine her. Is it a thriller?
Not so far, it isn't.
What's it called?
The Constant...
Nymph. Try to see down the front of her shirt. The Constant Nymph. What's it about?
Young girl in love with an old man, I think.
Would you like to come for a walk after supper?
Where to?
Just along the river. We could talk and things.
Some things. When's your voice going to break?
It started to already, and a lot else is all there in working order.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I bet. What about this walk?
What walk? I told you.
All right. I'll try again, though. I did it. Bring up sex whenever you can, but not in a crude way. Was in working order crude. Couldn't see a thing down her shirt. Anyway, dishonour is satisfied. Now, I'll try the manoeuvre. Send the Moraine Sonia up, then catapult the Skyhawk glider to intercept it like an aerial torpedo. Right. Wind up the plane. Aeroplane, sorry. There. 1, 2, 3. Off you go! Glider at the ready. Here she comes. Take aim. Fire! No, too far in front. Would have given the pilot a nasty shock, though, I bet. Where are they? Near number 19. Pick them up and try again. Mrs. Trevelyan.
Peter? Peter Furneaux.
Hello, Mrs. Trevelyan.
Hello, Peter. How are you? Any news from your mother?
I'm very well, thank you. No, not since yesterday. We're going to ring up this evening and find out.
I was wondering, when you've rung, whether you and your father might like to come and have a bite of supper with my husband and me.
It's very kind of you, Mrs. Trevelyan.
I'll ask him in a moment. What are the planes?
This is a Moraine Sonia, and this is a Skyhawk glider.
Manoeuvres?
Just training flights.
Oh, of course. I realize you can't give anything away to casual inquirers, but I wondered...
Well, actually, these are secret trials. A new technique of anti-aircraft defence. An aerial torpedo, the Skyhawk, aimed at the middle of an enemy formation.
Yes, I see. How's it fired?
It had been launched by catapult. There are catapults, real ones, I mean, that can launch an aeroplane from the decks of naval vessels. The battlecruiser HMS Hood is one.
Catapult. You're 14, aren't you, Peter?
Yes, that's right.
Do you build your own machines?
The plane, the aeroplane's just shop kit. Elastic motor, quite powerful when it's fully wound. There are petrol ones you can buy, but they cost a terrific lot. She's looking at me like the chap who guessed my weight, but differently. I would like to build one of my own, but that would cost a lot too. I'm not sure I could do it anyhow. I'm not good enough with my hands.
Oh, I'm sure that sort of thing develops with practice.
Well, I suppose it might.
Now, I must go and find your father before he starts supper. Are you coming in?
I think I'll just have another couple of flights.
I hope to see you later, then.
Yes, thank you. Her hips and her top half, you can see them move, easily move under her dress. White dress with red and blue flower pattern. She's not a girl. Not like Daphne. 25, 27. Terrifically attractive. Looks me up and down that way. Did I blush? Hope we go to supper. 2 flights and I'll go in. Hello, Dad.
Hello, Peter. Honestly, old boy, I can't imagine what possesses some people. I've tried, but I can't.
What sort of people, Dad?
Well, this woman, Charlotte Bryant, from the Sunday Express here, sentenced to death yesterday for murdering her husband. Weed killer, if you please. Giving your own husband arsenic over a period of 6 months. Watching him writhing about. Oh, I just can't understand it. Beyond me.
Are we going to have supper with Mr. and Mrs. Trevelyan?
Yes, yes. Decent little woman, Mrs. Trevelyan. I can't say I altogether take to him, Don, or Ron, or whatever he's called. Bit of a go-getter, if you ask me.
He's a solicitor, isn't he, Dad?
Something of the sort. I say, old boy, will you put the top back on that bottle for me?
Yes, right.
This is when I miss your mother. She's my right arm, all right.
I don't know, Dad. You do a lot of things with it.
Well, since I've suffered it since 1918, 18 years now, I ought to be used to it. I am, I suppose, on the whole. Except for not being able to wield a tennis racket. That still cuts.
It's the tennis club's flannel dance next Saturday, isn't it?
So it is, yes. Your first flannel dance. Now, this chap they hanged the other week, Buck Ruxton.
Dad, are we going to ring up Mum?
Yes. You go and ask for the number, would you? I'll come and speak when they put you through.
Righto, Dad.
The number's on the pad.
Hello? I want Mitchum 2679, please. Selston 0647.
I know better.
Thank you.
Oh, my God.
Dad? Oh, hello. This is Peter. Yes. Can I speak to Mum, please? Dad? Mum's coming.
Here we are. Acting Chief Constable Colonel Manton, DSOMC, 11:30 sharp.
Good morning.
Good morning. Colonel Manton was expecting me. Detective Constable Barrett?
Oh, yes. Oh, do come in, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you.
He said for you to wait in the library.
Thank you.
Here.
Thank you.
It won't be a moment.
What do you read, Colonel, sir? The incredulity of Father Brown. Who's he? Arson? Priest? The mysterious affair at Styles, Agatha Christie. I should have guessed you're a Tech Yarn fan, sir.
Morning, Jules Barrett.
Good morning, sir.
Wretched weather.
Yes, it is unsettled, like.
Yes, indeed. Do sit down.
Thank you.
What would you say to a glass of champagne?
Well, sir,
Drinking on duty. Don't let's have any of that nonsense. Glass of bubbly is a splendid pick-me-up this time of the day, don't you agree?
I haven't had much practice with it, sir.
Oh, that we must remedy. There we are. Charlie.
Charlie, sir?
No, I do beg your pardon. Charlie is service language for the letter C, which is dash dot in the Morse code, and in this case stands for champagne.
Ah.
Mrs. Ellington, who let you in, and I have worked out quite a useful system. It saves time for both of us, and it means I only have to see her once on each occasion instead of twice, which is an advantage because I don't like her much. Right, tell me what you know about this business. All I know is that someone snaffled Boris Karloff and some coins.
Yeah, well, Miss Houlgate, the assistant librarian, sir, discovered the glass case in which Boris Karloff was kept was empty shortly after 9 this morning.
Long borrow man, a very well-preserved skeleton. Probably Stone Age, possibly Victorian.
Well, the experts can't agree, sir, on when he lived.
Oh, but dead, he bears a remarkable resemblance to Boris Karloff as Frankenstein's fearful monster.
Yes, sir. Whoever stole him, anyway, also stole some of the museum's coins. Only some, and not the most valuable.
How did the thief get in?
Window in the alley at the rear, sir. Used wrapping paper glued to the pane before smashing the glass.
See.
Somebody may have heard or seen something, but I doubt it. The window is in a recess, like. Sergeant Duke is doing a house-to-house, sir, and...
Hold on. Put it down there, Mrs. Ellington.
Thank you.
No hammers or blood around, I suppose?
Oh, no, sir. A professional job by the look of it.
I always get her to open stuff because I don't like the bag. Oh, here we are.
Ah, thank you, sir.
I'm here, Barrett. Tell me, how's my old associate, Detective Inspector Cox?
Oh, all right, I think, sir. Busy as usual.
What's his thought on Boris Karloff's going?
He said the case will either be dead easy or hopeless.
Not a bad snap judgment. Intelligent fellow, Cox. Pity he's such a fearful swine. Oh! My dear fellow. Excuse me. Well, now you've poured that one down, have another. Thank you, sir. Let's see now. Motive. Who might want to get hold of Boris Karloff? Have him snaffled.
Thank you.
Bunghurst.
Mr. McGrath, the librarian, reckons there's no market for him.
No, I'm sure he's right. And the coins?
Worth about 60 quid and could be sold.
Yeah. If our man wanted only one or the other, the coins or Boris, which was it?
Boris. You wouldn't take him at all if all you wanted was the coins.
Nice, simple thinking, and I can see a great deal in its favour. But there's absolutely nothing to suggest he didn't want both. Karloff and the coins, for some reason, yet to emerge.
Wait a mo, old boy. There'll be a gap in the traffic in a moment, if we're lucky.
Yes, sir.
Amazing, isn't it, what people pack into a small car? What sort of car's that?
Standard 9, there.
I suppose they've been to Eastbourne or Brighton for the day, lucky blighters. Ah, now a gap's coming up. Over we go. That's it. Good. Nearly there. Your first tennis club flannel dance, old boy. Quite an occasion, isn't it?
I'm looking forward to it. Was all day.
There'll be sandwiches and bridge rolls and things if you start feeling peckish. I do wish your mother could get back. I'm afraid I'm not much of a hand at anything more complicated than eggs and bacon. Ah, this is it. Here we are. We turn up here. Look out! Silly devil. He was too damn near.
He stopped. They must be going to the dance.
Yeah, must be. Who is it? I might have known. Ill-bred little squirt.
Who is he, Dad?
He is Christopher Inman, Esquire. That's his lady wife. Absolute rabbit at tennis, he is. Can't play for toffee.
He's very small. Young looking.
Well, he's old enough to know better. Right, come along. In we go. Who's playing? Bert Sofa's Rhythm Boys. I suppose they're okay.
They haven't a trumpeter.
So I see. Now, who's here? Oh, there's Mr. and Mrs. Trevelyan.
They're waving us over to them.
I might as well join them then, eh? For a start, anyway.
Fine, Dad.
Good evening, Mrs. Trevelyan. Trevelyan?
Ah, good evening.
Young Peter's here for his first flannel dance.
I hope you enjoy it, Peter.
Thank you, Mrs. Trevelyan. I'm sure I shall.
Well, I'm in the chair. What do you both have?
Well, thank you. I'll have pale ale, if I may.
Pale ale, and you, Peter?
Can I have a side dress?
You certainly can. I won't be a jiffy. Here's Reg Langdon. My round, Reg. What do you have?
I'll have a glass. Hey, by gum, who's got here? Peter Furneaux.
You meant to be Yorkshire or Lancs, Mr. Langdon?
Oh, you cheeky young devil.
Are you by yourself, Mr. Langdon?
I am, Mrs. Trevelyan. Wife pleads a sick headache. How are you, Furneaux?
Well enough, considering all things.
Good crowd here this evening.
Just about the whole of Riverside Villas, except for the Hodgsons.
Oh, Harry said they were going to be a bit late. How's school, Peter?
Not too bad.
Here we are.
Drinks, jolly good.
Side tracks for the guest of honor.
Here.
Here's yours, darling.
Thank you.
Oh, cheers, everybody.
Peter.
You, Peter.
Cheers.
Peter.
My school days were bad. Awful from start to finish.
Oh, mine weren't. I was the school bully from the day I arrived pretty near, so I had a lovely time.
Insensitive clods like you, John, will be okay. Fellows cast in a finer mould like me. There's modesty for you. And then I had the crass idiocy to do it all over again, the other way round.
I didn't know you'd been a master.
Well, a teacher rather than a master. Girls as well as boys. 6 inglorious years of it.
Oh, where was this?
Of course, there were great compensations, my young friend. I've always much loved the beautiful little children. They are so, well, how shall I say, so fragile, and the little necks, so very hard.
That was the German film, was it?
Yes, M. You remember? Strong meat for babes. Has anyone seen The Secret Agent yet?
I haven't. It's in the West End, isn't it?
Yes. I went in my capacity as film critic for The Rag. John Gielgud and Robert Young, as well as Laurie. There's a total scene in the chapel.
Peter, I want some air. Come with me.
What, Mrs. Trevelyan?
Thank you, Peter. We'll go back in a minute, only I thought you were finding it just a bit boring.
No. Well, yes, a bit.
I imagine you'll be keeping a pretty close eye on the local girlhood tonight.
That is the sort of the idea, of course. But I haven't had much practice yet, and there's the age problem.
Oh, there's always an age problem, however old you are, Peter. Have you any particular fancies?
I was thinking of Daphne Hodgson, but she's not here yet.
Oh, I know. She's a nice-looking girl.
I think so, but she's a bit, heavy-going.
What do you mean? Dull?
No, not really. More high and mighty, supercilious.
Oh, so you get the impression she doesn't like you much.
That's it exactly. Not dislike, just doesn't much like.
How many times have you met and talked to her?
About a dozen.
Average length of conversation?
I don't know, 5, 6 minutes?
Then she doesn't not like you, that's for certain.
Some of the time she couldn't have got out of it.
Oh, yes, she could, believe me. How old is she?
15.
Peter, growing up isn't any easier for girls than it is for boys. Daphne is just as unsure of herself as you are. But she hides it behind this sort of, so what? And don't know what you're talking about attitude.
Who told you that?
Who told me what?
She's always saying to me, so what? And she doesn't know what I'm talking about.
I guess. If she does it again, tell her politely you'll put it another way.
A simpler way, if I can possibly manage to think of one by racking my brains.
No. That's bad psychology with females. Keep that for your clever chums at school. Don't you agree?
Good Lord. You're awfully... I don't know, it sounds silly, but you're awfully wise.
That's very nice of you, but I'm not really. I just remember things.
I think it's more than that.
Oh, look. There's the Hodgsons arriving, and Daphne.
Better late than never.
Over you go and ask her for the first dance.
Yes. What about you?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll see myself back.
Jolly hot in here, isn't it? Is it? Well, I think it is. Oh. Sorry. You just have to follow my lead, Daphne. There's nothing to it if you've got a natural sense of rhythm.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me put it another way. You must find the beat.
What beat? What's the matter with you, you soppy dame?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh.
Thank you.
How'd it go, son?
All right, I think, Mr. Hudson.
Yeah, well, I know. Only tell me.
I'm going to sit down.
Oh, nobody's stopping you.
Oh.
Stay and have a glass of ginger pop, Peter.
It's very nice of you, Mr. Hudson, but I better be getting back.
Oh, where's your old man, then? Oh, I see. Over there with the Trevelyan's.
I say, Mr. Hudson,
What is it, son?
you know a lot of people. Who's that gentleman in the dark suit to your right on the edge of the floor?
Oh, him. Oh, he's a gent, all right. That's his nibs, Colonel Manton. Can't imagine why he's here tonight. Why do you ask?
I thought he was watching us dancing.
Yeah, oh. You don't want to have nothing to do with him. Not you.
Why not, Mr. Hudson?
Oh, I can't explain now, only he's a funny sort of coat.
Well, I better be going. Thank you for the dance, Daphne.
Oh. All right.
Bye, son.
Colonel Manton. Homo, is he? Not like most. But he watches me all evening. Who's that at our table? Inman. Yes. Inman, who's a little squirt. What's he up to?
Cut along, old chap. Best thing all round. Hello, Peter.
I'm back, Dad.
I shall cut along, old chap, in approximately 30 seconds. I have one thought to leave you with, Captain Furner. I ran into that bloke again the other day.
What bloke?
Oh, you know what bloke. The bloke who had the privilege of being a comrade in arms of yours in His Majesty's Royal Flying Corps during the late hostilities. There aren't many of your comrades left, are there? All but a few went down in that troop ship, didn't they?
Look,
anyway, this bloke was positively remembered you, and he had some very interesting things to...
Chris. Clear off
And
before
don't you start, Mr. Trevelyan, feeling that you're perfectly secure in your tasteful, semi-detached riverside residence.
You better stop.
There are some items in your own situation that would not, as the saying goes, look well in the full light of day. So watch your step, and keep a very civil tongue in your head. And I mean that for all of you. You, Langdon, and you, Captain Furner, also.
You need teaching a lesson.
Oh, really? Do you think you're man enough?
Come here, everybody. Come along, dear. Come along.
Are you all right?
Yes, thank you, my dear old boy. Oh, he's like some stupid kid.
Poisonous little beast.
What was he talking about? About a bloke? I couldn't understand it.
He didn't know what he was saying himself. The fellow was completely pickled. Drunk. Now, let's forget it.
Peter, may I have the pleasure of this dance, sir?
You may indeed, Mr. No back to her dress. Her front against my front. Close. Does it count with her? Is it like a nurse? No, nothing like a nurse. Dark suit there, Colonel Manton, watching.
This is little Angeline, isn't it?
That's right.
Not playing it very well, are they?
No, they're pretty lousy.
Which are the good bands, Peter?
Well, all the ones you hear on the wireless are pretty good. Carol Gibbons and the Savoy Hotel Orpheans, Morris Winnick, Charlie Coons from Cassani's Club, George Scott Wood and his Six Swingers.
That's a lot of names to remember.
You soon learn if you're really interested.
That's true. You're a natural dancer, Peter.
That was a funny business with Mr. Inman, wasn't it?
He's a poisonous little swine, that's all.
I can't understand why he should have gone out of his way to be so unpleasant like that.
Causing trouble for the fun of it. There are people who like doing it, and he's one.
My father told me Mr. Trevelyan had been made a partner in his firm. You must be very pleased.
Oh, we are, of course. Of course, it'll be a wrench in a way.
A wrench?
We'll be moving to North London as soon as we found a house.
I see. North London.
Peter! You mustn't... Oh, please, Peter. I'm not going to vanish off the face of the earth. You must come and see us there.
Yes. Feels as if you are. Going to vanish?
Well, we're not. You'll see. Now, let's concentrate on your dancing. You're good, all right, but you ought to open up a bit. Variations.
Oh, right.
This is a pretty tune.
These foolish things.
I know. A telephone that rings, but who's to answer? Oh, how the ghost of you clings. That's very well put for this sort of song. I wonder if anybody special wrote it.
Should I leave now? She doesn't. She's still close. There's Mr. Inman at the Hodgson's table now. Oh, they've dimmed the lights. I can't see properly.
Peter,
Yes?
I'm not going away yet. Kiss. Not yet. There.
Look, Mr. Hodgson and Mr. Inman. Hodgson's going to hit him.
He has.
Socked him on the chin.
Oh, Sir Christopher Inman's right.
Everybody's crowding round. Can't see a thing. There's Colonel Manton. He looks as if he means business.
That man. He never took his eyes off us. We'd better go back. There's your father looking anxious.
Right. Stand back, Willie.
I wish Mum would come back soon. Still, it's really quite good being alone. Dad not back till 6:30 about. Homework. Later. Not much anyway. And I can do the Congress of Vienna in the morning on the train. Time. 5 to 5. Radio Times. Tuesday. 5:15. The London Zigeuner Orchestra. Have that on. What's in the Daily Mirror? New flight in August. Jim and Amy Mollison. What's this advert? Change of life in men and women. Dr. Marie Stopes. Sex? Change into what? 6 bob, post fourpence? Not likely. Cricket. How are the Indians doing? What? French windows? There's a bloke there. Is he drunk? Just a jiff. I'll open the windows. Fallen in the river. Soaking wet. Come in. Can I help? Mr. Inman.
Hit me.
Sit down. His head. Wounded. I'll get help, Mr. Inman. Get Mrs. Trevelyan. Mrs. Trevelyan! Mrs. Trevelyan!
What is it?
There's an accident. A man's been hurt. He's inside.
I'll come straight away. Go back to him.
Better put a cushion under his head. Mr. Inman, can you hear me?
Oh,
Oh.
Hello. Funny. Mr. Inman, there's help on the way. We'll get a doctor.
Oh. Heard something. It turned round. Hit me in the head. I fell down. I had to tell him. You wouldn't have liked it. It was important. I had to be honest. A man has the right to know.
Don't talk. You shouldn't try.
You're the Furno boy, aren't you?
Yes, Peter Furno.
You tell you...
My God! It's Chris Inman. How did it happen, Chris?
Oh!
Peter, go to the telephone and tell them it's an emergency call and they're to send an ambulance as soon as possible. Don't try to talk, Chris.
Oh, hit me. Oh, I had to tell. Important. Time. Oh.
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Oh, my God.
He's not dead, is he?
Fetch me that mirror. Thank you. I think so. The mirror's quite clear. I think he's dead, Peter.
How do you feel, old boy?
I'm not too bad, Dad. Have you got your breath back yet?
Just about. Oh, I ran every yard from the office. Jack Lovelock couldn't have done it faster. I don't know how you can be so calm. Marvellous, 100%.
I wasn't frightened when he came in and fell over. I was more sorry for him. Then he seemed to be saying hello and other muddled things. It was worse for Mrs. Trevelyan. He died as she held his head.
Yes. The police inspector said he doesn't think it was an accident. Somebody probably thumped him with a sharp instrument and then shoved him in the river. And the doctor's surprised he managed to get out and get up here.
I think, Dad, if you don't mind, I'll take Mrs. Trevelyan home and stay with her till the doctor comes. We'll only be next door if the inspector wants us again.
Good idea, old boy.
Let me take you home, Mrs. Trevelyan.
Thank you, Peter. Yes.
The police have phoned Mr. Trevelyan and your doctor.
Yes.
Oh,
the fresh air's nice. Give me your arm. I've no door key. We'll have to go in the back way. The door's open.
I'm not walking too fast.
No. You're a brave boy, Peter. And intelligent. I couldn't have moved a finger under my own steam.
Anybody could see that. I'll open the gate. There we are.
Peter, I know it's silly, but bolt the gate, please.
No, it's not silly. I bet we bolt ours tonight. Sorry. The bolt's rather stiff. Done it. Now, let me take you into the house.
Don't grow up too fast, Peter. When I was your age, I couldn't wait to get out into the world, because I thought it was going to be so marvelous. Well, it isn't. Things like this, they're happening all the time. And it isn't fair. It isn't fair at all.
Don't cry. Please, Mrs. Trevelyan. You've had an awful shock.
I know. I know. Awful. Oh, that's my husband's car. I'll be all right now. And thank you, Peter. Thank you.
So, you're Peter Furno.
Yes, sir.
My name is Manton, and this is Detective Inspector Cox and Detective Constable Barrett, whom we met yesterday.
Hello, young Master Furneaux.
Yes, Furneaux, that's a French name, isn't it?
It was originally, but my father says our ancestors came to England in the 15th century.
No doubt they did. Now, Peter, I read the statement you made to Mr. Barrett yesterday, and I've asked you to come to my house because there's one or two things I want to ask you. But first, let me tell you, we can stop this little talk any time you choose, understand?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, those things you said Inman said, are they verbatim?
I think so, sir. I was listening very carefully.
Yeah, well, you say Inman kept saying hello. Are you certain of that?
No, sir. It was as near as I could get. He wasn't talking clearly. He was very blurred.
Yes, Barrett?
Funny thing for a seriously injured man to say, wasn't it?
Yes, but he was very confused. I don't think he could see very well, and he only just knew me. So he could have said hello out of puzzlement or surprise.
Yeah, what do you think, Cox?
It's possible, isn't it? Anything's possible.
Indeed, yes. Peter, did you make any particular sense out of the other things he said?
No, sir.
Right. Now, as to the dance on Saturday, I was there. Well, I think you saw me.
Yes, I did, sir.
I think I saw some sort of altercation involving Inman and your father and Mr. Trevelyan.
Yes, Mr. Trevelyan was very angry. He'd have hit Mr. Inman if Mrs. Inman hadn't arrived, I'm sure.
Yeah. Could you make anything of what Inman said to your father?
Yes, sir, to a certain extent. You see, my father's squadron was recalled from Mesopotamia in the last year of the war, but it never got back. The troopship was sunk. There were, I think it was 7 left altogether, including my father. They were the ones in hospital who weren't fit to travel. My father had smashed himself up a couple of days before when his engine failed as he was coming into land. His right arm's not much use even now.
What type of aeroplane was it?
A Sopwith F1 Camel, sir. My father can tell you all about it.
Yes, sir, you can. Let's get back to Trevelyan for a moment. You said he was very angry. Well, there's lots of sorts of angry. Which sort was he?
Not wild, sir. Dangerous looking, but well under control.
Thank you. Have you got that, Barrett? All of it?
Yeah, I have, sir. I think Master Furneaux is to be congratulated.
Yes, he is. Don't you think so, Cox?
Yeah, it'll be most helpful, youngster.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Peter, perhaps you wait in the little room outside while we have a few words with your father.
A hell of a long few words. He's been there 20 minutes. What was it Inman's friend remembered? Who killed Inman? Why? I do wish Mum was here. Dad looks so lost.
Please wait in here. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Hodgson.
Sit down, son. You been in there?
Yes. My father's in there at present.
My turn next. Well, what'd you make of his nibs, Colonel Manton, eh?
I thought he was rather nice. A bit sort of funny, though.
Oh, he's a scream. Not a half he isn't. Marvellous, isn't it? I'll take a swing at him and in public means I've probably done him in.
I wouldn't think so.
Oh, thanks, Peter, but you're not them. Is your mother back yet?
No, she can't leave. My aunt hasn't had the baby yet. It's late or something.
Are you here, are you, Hudson?
Yep. Does his nibs want me in now?
In a moment, Mr. Hodgson.
You were a long time with Colonel Manton, Dad?
Oh, the blighter's raving mad. Question after damn silly question.
What sort of questions?
What sort of a man Christopher Inman was? Had he got any enemies? I said he must have had at least one, which didn't go down at all well, let it be said. Had I noticed any suspicious characters hanging about the place?
Could Furneaux have managed it in the time? There and back, Colonel.
That we must establish, Barrett.
It wouldn't have been easy for him with that arm.
No, Cox, not easy.
Anyway, he did come very clean about the crash. That is, the non-crash.
Well, he knew we could probably turn up the hospital records. Too probably. Or find that bloke of Inman's. Right, let's have our private inquiry agent in, shall we?
Yes, sir. Mr. Hodgson, will you come in now, please?
Yep. Better than the station, this room.
Come in, Hodgson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Oh, good. I'm glad I have the name right. I'd be grateful if you'd tell me where you were between 4:30 and 5 yesterday afternoon.
I was out Putney way, Upper Richmond Road.
What were you doing there?
I was on a case. At least I thought I was.
Explain.
Oh, somebody rang me up, gave his name as Evans, and asked me to go to number 2 Hazel Drive, Putney. Wouldn't say why on the phone, which is not unusual in my business. He told me it was about 5 minutes' walk from Putney High Street, going west along the Upper Richmond Road on the north side. When I got there, No Hazel Drive, where he said.
Did you ask anybody? Isn't it on the street plan?
Well, I asked a woman, and she was sure there wasn't such a place. No, it's not on the street plan, but there are new streets around there, and streets with names like Hazel Drive. Hazel Well, for instance. Anyway, I walked along the Upper Richmond to Rocks Lane, but no Hazel Drive. So I headed back to the office fast as I could go. But it was all right when I got there, so I came home. That's it.
Times?
Well, left the office at 3:30 or so. Got to where Hazel Drive wasn't, say 4:20. Gave up looking like after 15 minutes. Back to the office 5:30, just about 2 hours.
What about the woman you asked? Description?
Well, I didn't notice. I was too head up, see?
Head up about what?
Well, it began to stink like mad. Oh, I didn't care for Evan's voice first off, all deep and hoarse like he was forcing it. Now, the way I seen it, some sort of got me out of the way so he could have a go at my office. Well, I got no cash to speak of, but lots of files, confidential. When I got back to open, I find everything's all right and I shrug it off. Till I get home and find Chris Inman's been done in, and when. So I see where that puts me from your point of view.
So you work alone?
No, son. I've got 10 assistants sitting around the place.
Which means there were no witnesses to the phone call.
Somebody may have seen me leaving the building, that's all. Now, Evans was fixing me up with no alibi for what happened to Chris Inman.
I won't keep you much longer, Hodgson. I'd just like to know the details of the altercation you had with Inman last Saturday.
Okay. Inman said I got pitched out of the force for taking backhanders. That's bribes to you. Well, I say it's a lie, and you won't find nothing on my record about it. My record says I resigned, and I say so too. Now, you'll have to start looking somewhere else altogether. I'll make it a bit stronger while you're about it if you want a motive for me. You don't kill a bloke because he shoots up his mouth that you once took a few backhanders 9 years ago. Now, hopeless, my dear old soldier. I don't care anymore. Good day.
Langdon, by the way, Colonel, is well known for his imitations of celebrated people. Can turn on any sort of voice, I gather.
Yeah, but his alibi is cast iron, I'm afraid. He can join Trevelyan on the eliminated list. Have you the medical report on Inman there, Barrett?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Rapid cerebral compression, struck with tremendous violence, like the work of a tall, right-handed man. Nature of the weapon difficult to determine. Brain penetrated by a metal spike of circular cross-section 1/4 inch in diameter. And listen to this, both. Although injuries so inflicted would normally have caused death within a few seconds, forensic pathology provides sufficient parallel examples of subjects capable for some minutes at least of coherent speech, locomotion, and in one case, considerable physical exertion.
For some minutes? He could easily have...
Yes. And we've just been talking to a man without an alibi who's the only person in sight with the required physical qualifications.
Hodgson.
Yes. Madly dull, isn't it?
We've been assuming Inman was struck hand to hand. Couldn't he have had something thrown at him?
By a darts player with muscles like Samson.
Oh, not necessarily thrown by hand. Projected in some way. A bow and arrow, perhaps.
I'll tell you exactly how it was done. Mrs. Trevelyan wanted to kill Inman because he knew she'd been a West End whore and was telling people so. But she didn't want to stab him or poison him because that would have been dull. So she read up a lot of detective stories to find a madly undull way. As a result, she stole a crossbow out of a museum and hid behind a bush with it near the river. And when Inman came along, she called out, "Keep still for a bit, Chris, while I aim my crossbow at you, please."
Museum. Good point, Cox. So far, we haven't found any possible way of linking the theft of Boris Karloff with the murder of Inman.
I see. There must be a link, because it would be so dull if there wasn't. Well, I reckon Furneaux was once a regular customer of the Trevelyan dame, so he nicked the skeleton for her to use as target practice.
Perhaps you're right, Cox. Perhaps you're right.
Do you think we'll come across the weapon, sir?
Do you, Cox?
Well, they never found a weapon in the Wallace case, did they?
No, never. No. Our weapon's gone. What with the river and all the grass and greenery and so forth. And that's assuming he didn't take it with him. It leaves me very depressed, Cox. You'll be glad to know.
Alibis are the order of the day, old boy. Who's that playing?
Giraldo and his orchestra, Dad.
Not bad. No, I was in my office.
Then that's all right, because the girl was with you, wasn't she?
Well, I'd sent her home after lunch. She wasn't well, off colour. She didn't want to go, but I insisted. That looks good, doesn't it? Nobody called in. Nobody telephoned until you did with the news. Oh, I could have done it without even hurrying very much, according to our clever custodians of the law.
But, Dad, you'd have been seen. I don't understand.
Well, they say I could have gone out the back door of the office and onto the river path on that side of the road. Then I could have gone under the road by way of the culvert thing the river goes through. There's a sort of catwalk across it, apparently. The same thing going back. And they found some sort of spiked club yesterday by the bridge, they said.
A club?
Yeah. Why they don't call in Scotland Yard beats me. It's that Manton fella. Obstinate as a damn mule. And that's not the worst thing about him, my long chalk.
You have been listening to Romance.
It's 8. Shall I turn it off?
Yes, do it, boy. Did you want a bath?
I think so, Dad. And after my bath, we could listen to the London Regional. The BBC Orchestra Section G, conducted by Leslie Heward, with Heddle Nash, tenor. What was it Inman was on about at the dance? Was it something shameful? Skeleton in the cupboard. And would Dad kill him to stop his tongue? Everybody seems upset that Colonel Manton is a pansy. Do they really think I don't know about homos? Surprise them to know how often I've been approached by such gents. Lock the door. Do you do, Peter, when I tell them to clear off loudly with much bad language? Bathroom? Yes. Turn the taps off. Get undressed. What's that? What's happening? Oh, Lord, Dad. Coming, Dad, coming. Blast. Pull trousers up. Unlock the door. What's happened? Are you hurt?
No, I'm all right. I'm all right. Just get this thing off me, will you?
You're bleeding.
What? Give me a hand up. Thank you. Oh, he cut me, did he?
Yes, your head. Who was it, Dad? Who did it?
Why, I heard a knock on the front door, so I went and opened it, and he just jumped at me. Hit me with a sort of club, and I went over, and he turned the hall stand over on top of me. Oh. Yeah, I say. I'll be damned. Look, he left the weapon behind.
It's a club with a nail through it. He could have killed you with it, Dad.
This club thing here, Mr. Furneaux, you've never seen it before?
No, Inspector Cox, I've never seen it before. But I can guess what it is. It's a replica of the thing used to kill poor Inman.
Yeah, so you were attacked with this weapon, went over, and the attacker pulled a hall stand on top of you. Can you give me a description?
Well, I didn't have the hall light on, and the light outside wasn't good. Taller than me. Young, all right, and pretty strong. Powerful. He had something round his face. Oh, and he was wearing a dark hat. And a raincoat, light-coloured. That's all I remember.
Now, did he say anything at any stage?
And he swore at me as he went for me. I won't say what he said in front of the boy. And when he was looking down at me, he said something like, don't think you've got away with it. You're no better than Inman. I'll get you.
What sort of voice? Do you remember?
As if he had a cold. Peculiar. I know. Like an actor's when he wants to make sure everybody can hear when he's talking quietly in the play. And there was complete, absolute hatred in his voice.
Yes, come in. Ah, Sergeant Duke, any luck?
Not a thing, sir. The Trevelyan's on that side heard a bump, but thought nothing of it. The other side were out. Nothing along the rest of the row.
What about the Langdons at number 11?
Heard nothing, saw nothing, sir.
All right, thank you, Duke.
I'll be outside, sir.
All right. So our tall, powerful young man vanished into thin air. Now, Sonny Jim, you opened the front door. It was still daylight, and you saw nothing.
He would have had plenty of time to disappear, Mr. Cox.
How long? Give it a guess.
Oh, from when I came running down the stairs to when I opened the door, after I helped Dad, picked up the weapon, At least 30 seconds.
But he'd have to have run, wouldn't he, to get out of sight in 30 seconds? And you think somebody in the riverside houses would have heard or seen a big bloke in a long mac belting down the pavements, wouldn't you?
It was just bad luck they didn't, Mr. Cox.
Like the whole attack, my lad. Bad luck. Anyway, I'll give you police protection, Mr. Furneaux, just to be on the safe side.
Hello, Peter. How nice of you to come.
Hello, Mrs. Trevelyan. How nice of you to ask me.
Do come in. What an awful day. Saturday, and it does nothing but rain. What an awful summer we're having. Now, give me your coat.
Thank you. It's not very wet.
Well, you didn't have far to come, but in this weather. Oh, I'm so glad your mother's back, for your father's sake as much as yours.
Yes, I'm glad too.
I'm afraid the house is in a bit of a mess. We're decorating. Are you absolutely starving for your tea?
Good Lord, no, I'm not at all hungry.
Good. Because I thought before we settle down, I could show you what we've been doing in the decoration line. Upstairs first. I feel rather pleased with our efforts. Won't take a jiff.
Is Mr. Trevelyan working?
No. He's away until sometime tomorrow. Women always insist on showing visitors around, as you probably noticed. Here we are. What do you think of this bedroom, for instance? Close the door.
Yes, it's very nice.
It's not really very nice. But you are. I thought it would be silly to waste time.
Yes. Well,
no. No, you're not to do anything. I'll do everything. And you're to let me do everything. Peter, you're so nice.
Please, don't cry. Please. Tell me what's the matter.
I'm evil and I'm bad. I've taken a decent young boy and I've corrupted him, seduced him, just thinking of my own pleasure.
You mustn't. I'd have seduced you if I'd known how. I'm no plaster saint, and you haven't corrupted me. It's the opposite you've done, and you're not evil and bad. You're sweet and beautiful.
Thank you, Peter. Oh, Peter. Now, would you like your tea?
Good Lord, I'm hungry. Yes, please.
Well, you stay where you are. Everything's done except make the tea. I'll go and bring it up here. It'll be cozier, won't it?
You like being, well, sort of in charge, don't you? This is scrumptious cake.
I made it myself. Yes, wanting to be the dominating one. It's probably rather awful of me, but I do. I don't know why.
A boy doesn't mind, because it's all strange to him. And he's so terrifically keen on everything to do with it anyway.
I expect so. I've been with a couple of other boys, you know. But you, Peter, are the most beautiful, the nicest of them all.
Darling Mrs. Trevelyan.
Darling Peter. You can have some more cake later. Put the tray on the draining board, Peter. Mind the clothes mangle.
What happened to the window?
You've sharp eyes. I knocked a pane out. My husband repaired it.
I think I should go soon. I said I'd be back by about past:30.
I don't want you to, but you'd better. In a moment. Tell me, is your father all right after that awful business?
He's a bit shocked still, I think.
At least everybody knows now he couldn't have... Well, it must have been somebody else who did the murder. Somebody who's still around.
The trouble is, no one saw or heard the attacker except him.
You must have heard him.
I was running a bath. I couldn't swear I did.
Peter, what are you saying?
That Inspector Cox, he didn't believe Dad. You could see it. He could have done it all himself.
That's insane. Why should he pretend he was attacked? Why?
To make people think it was an armed assault by the same man who killed Inman. So whoever that man is, it couldn't be Dad, as you said.
Oh, God. But there's a policeman outside your house on guard at this very moment.
He stays there when my father isn't there. I think he's watching for something else, not just guarding.
Something else? What else, for heaven's sake?
I don't know. I wish I did.
Peter, don't you love your father?
I think I love him. I think I do.
Don't you know him after all these years?
I want to know him. I want to be sure. But how can I? I haven't got a special way of seeing into his heart, have I? It makes it...
Don't go. It wouldn't make any difference another few minutes, would it? You'd only be a bit late.
Yes. Only a bit late.
Shall we risk it?
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon, Colonel Manson.
Come and sit down. I won't apologize for bringing you round here on a Sunday.
My mother was very impressed by the car and the chauffeur, sir.
Was she? Because I intend to give you a whopping tea, and anyway, it's still raining cats and dogs.
Like yesterday, sir. Raining hard.
Yes, boring for you at your age, I'm sure.
No, sir. I wasn't bored. I found things to do.
Did you now? Well, tea. But before tea, I want to ask you some questions about the Thursday evening attack on your father.
Sir, to what degree do you suspect my father of being mixed up in all this? Because I'm not going to help incriminate him.
Let me assure you unequivocally that for more than one reason we're quite certain your father had no hand in the death of the late Inman. Does that satisfy you?
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Good. Right, back to the attack on Thursday, then. How easy would it be to upset that whole stand?
Not very easy. It's got a sort of gutter at the bottom for umbrellas to drip into, made of metal. It gives the stand a low centre of gravity.
Yes, but for instance, you could upset it?
Yes, sir. But it might take me a few seconds.
Yes. And when you arrived in the hall, did you smell anything?
Smell? No, sir. I didn't notice any smell.
Now, I want to ask you some more general questions about married couples. In the nature of the things, you can't yourself be married, but you are that ideal combination, an uninformed observer who is also shrewd. Now, let's take the Hodgsons first. Would you say they get on well together?
I should say they get on pretty well. I think she thinks he's vulgar and he thinks she's stuck up, but I reckon they're pretty fond of each other.
Thank you. And Mr. and Mrs. Oh, hello, the books on that shelf are in total disorder. Excuse me. Yeah, the Trevelyan's. What about them?
They get on very well, as far as I can see. We never hear any rows or anything. They go out a lot together.
Well, the deceased Inman didn't seem to take that rather rosy view, did he?
No, he didn't, sir. Not seem to. I've thought a bit about that since. I think he was just trying to be nasty without necessarily having anything to go on. Because they seemed happy. It was wipe that grin off your face.
That's more like it. Right, let's have the tea in, shall we? Yeah, well, it's possible. Those threats that Saturday at the dance, one after the other, like a ritual, do you see?
Yes, sir.
And Inman was like a man that evening, going round saying goodbye before setting off for a long journey. Well, it was that in a way. I mean, goodbye, and I'll give you something to remember me by. What about the Langdons?
They seem to get on very well, sir. In a different way from the Trevelyan's, though.
Different? How, Peter?
They're more like, well, Mrs. Langdon sort of mothers him, and I get the impression he rather likes it.
Ah, now that does set the mind to work. Tea. Do you happen to know if Mrs. Langdon has money of her own?
I've never heard that, sir. Strikes me as pretty incredible.
Does it? Why?
Well, anyone with any money to speak of wouldn't be living in riverside villas.
Now, we can't have that kind of talk from you, young man. You're thinking like a cynic. And you have to earn the right to do that. Quite easy to earn, but it does take time. In fact, time is all it takes. Thank you, Mrs. Ellington. Now, just you fall to, dear boy.
Good Lord, sir, there's a terrific amount of it.
If there's anything you wish for, which you do not see, kindly ask for it. Oh, lovely. You like it?
I'm not sure. Not very, sir.
Well, don't let the form put you off. It's a simple 12-bar blues. And I haven't had enough tea.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm really full up.
You know, Peter, that noise is about a quarter of my life. It makes me do absurd things. For instance, the reason why I wasn't here on Thursday evening is that I was in London at the Holborn restaurant listening to Bram Martin's band. There's a Louis Armstrong I'd like to play you. Oh, somewhere I have it.
Colonel Manton, would you mind if I asked you some questions?
In principle, certainly not.
Well, the first one is sheer curiosity on my part. But have you found any link between the stealing of Boris Karloff and the murder?
There must be one, but we haven't found it yet.
Do you know who the murderer is, sir?
Oh, yes. Yes. That was obvious the moment I knew the bare facts.
Really, sir? But you haven't any proof?
Ah, yes, it's a question of proof, as it inevitably is when there are no material witnesses.
What had my father done so Mr. Inman could threaten him?
No answer, Peter, I'm afraid. Your father must tell you in his own good time.
Do you think he was really attacked on Thursday? Or did he do it himself to divert suspicion of the murder?
Ah, you've thought that one out of you. Well, let me put it to you like this. We no longer take an interest in the matter.
Sir, when will it all be over?
Oh, in a few days, with luck, and possibly with your further assistance. Oh, and as a matter of interest, everything I've said to you this afternoon has had a purpose, and everything I've told you is true. Louis Armstrong. Quite true for what it's worth. Anyway, bear it in mind, eh?
Yes, sir. I'm glad about my father, sir. I mean, I'm sure he had nothing to do with it. I was sure. But I'm glad you are.
Good. Now, let's enjoy the music, shall we?
Oh, good. I sometimes think it's a very odd business, you know, Trevelyan, selling houses. Yes, well, as I'm going to have to sell one and buy another shortly, Captain Furneaux, I'm going to find out, aren't I?
We shall miss you, Mrs. Trevelyan. You've been most kind to my husband and to Peter, both of you, while I've been away. With all this wretchedness going on,
It was the least we could do, Mrs. Furneaux. I don't like the idea of moving, and I know Don feels the same.
Well, we must do what we must do. No escape, I'm afraid. Ah, there's the old boy. Played his game, I see. Have a good game, Peter.
Yes, thanks, Dad. Are you coming to join us, Peter?
Oh, in a moment, Mum. I'll have a wash first.
All right. Don't be too long.
Oh, good one. Now, 30.
Mrs. Trevelyan. Haven't seen her since... Can I sit there? He's there, too. Hell, I bet I blush. Let's say I'm hot from playing. Now the Langdons have arrived.
How do you do?
Better go and have a wash. I'll start to look a bit balmy, just glued to... What's this? Inspector Cox and a policeman in uniform. And that Mr. Barrett coming up the path. They look as if they're going to arrest someone.
Hello, what have we got here?
Walter David Furneaux, I arrest you for the murder of Christopher Inman. I must caution you that anything you say may be taken down.
Colonel Manton said it wasn't him.
But you are not obliged to say anything at the moment.
Oh, no. No.
Right, now come along now, sir, please.
Mr. Barrett, why have you arrested my father?
Listen, youngster. Colonel Manton asked me to tell you something if I saw you. This. You have to remember the last thing he said to you on Sunday. I don't know what it was, but you ought to remember it.
I see. Thank you.
Come along, Mr. Furner. Let's keep moving.
What was it? Something about everything. Yes. Everything I've said to you this afternoon has had a purpose. And everything I've told you is true. It's all right, Mummy. It's all right. Don't cry. Dad's done nothing.
Oh, of course he hasn't. It's all bloody ridiculous. Now, look, let's give you a lift home.
Thank you, Mr. Trevelyan. It'll be all right, Mum.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Come on, we'll get you.
Here we are, Barrett, the Furneaux residence, 19 Riverside Villas. March up to the door, man. Ring the bell.
Me, sir? Yes, sir. Don't you lead men into battle, sir?
I saw you coming. What do you want?
Is your mother at home, son?
Don't call me son. It's Saturday morning. She's shopping.
May we come in, Peter?
I suppose so. Yes, come in. You'd better come into the sitting room, but it's untidy. We haven't felt like tidying up very much.
It looks all okay to me.
How's my father?
Your father's being looked after. Don't worry.
How can we not worry? Colonel Manton, you told me that you knew he didn't do it.
I also told you that I spoke the truth to you last Sunday afternoon.
But according to the paper, you have fresh evidence. What sort of evidence? What does it mean?
You'll have to trust me about that.
Trust you?
Sorry, Peter. You'll have to trust me about everything.
I see. All right. What do you want, sir?
Well, I said I might need your help again. I now do.
Against my father?
It's to establish a fact, and it won't tell against your father.
Establish a fact? What fact?
Now, consider this, Peter. We think it possible that, after being dealt the fatal blow, Inman fell or was pushed into the river near the bridge, floated downstream, semi-conscious, until he was by the back garden gate of this house. But to prove it could have happened that way, we must try to repeat Inman's journey with an actual person. Well, as you're about the same weight and size as the dead man, you seem the ideal choice. And I haven't much choice, have I? Policemen are large persons.
All right, why not? I just float down.
There'll be a rope for you to cling on to, held by one of our blokes.
I'll go and put my swimming costume on.
Good man. There's no danger involved, of course.
Mind you, that water could be perishing cold.
It's not as bad as Barrett thought. I've been in for 3 or 4 minutes. What whacking great clouds. It's going to be a storm sometime today by the look of it. The world looks different, sort of. Lying on one's back, floating. Remote. Could be anywhere.
Only a few more yards, Peter.
Yes, sir. Did this happen to Inman? I think the current is taking me exactly to the bank near number 19.
He's fetching up right on the spot, sir.
Yes, so he is. An important possibility is confirmed as possible. Very good, Peter. You can come out now.
Thank you, sir. I say, the devil is that? It's a sort of an arrow stuck in the bank. Not an arrow, a plane.
What have you found?
This, sir. It was caught in the bank.
Let me have it. Enjoy it. Why, you're shivering. Here's your towel. Run up to the house, old chap. Get a hot bath. I'll be in touch later. Go on, quickly.
I know. It's a fuselage without...
Yes, I know. I'll cut along, and thank you.
Yes, I'll go and have a hot bath.
There you are, Barrett. Painted wood. No rudder or tailplane, no wings. Nasty blunt metal spike at the broad end, the business end.
Struth. Were you expecting to find it?
Not exactly where it was, but it was obviously going to be somewhere in this area.
It's been manufactured so it can be shot.
Yeah.
Vital evidence, my dear chap. We might have searched forever without finding it. Guard it with your life.
Yes, sir.
Well, the water's not all that cold, you know.
No, not all that cold.
He looked at it as if he understood.
He's a very bright lad, Barrett.
Oh, that's the thunder. Once it breaks, perhaps I'll lose this bloody headache. God, I feel awful. Perhaps I caught my death of cold in the river this morning. Perhaps I'm going to die. There's death everywhere. God.
Peter? The door.
Yes, Mum. Come on. We'll answer it together.
Yes, of course. Thank goodness you're here, Peter.
Hello. It's you, Mr. Hodgson.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Furneaux. Peter boy.
Will you come in, Mr. Hodgson?
No need to. The wife and I were thinking, we thought it must be a bit depressing for you here all on your own on a Saturday, so we thought you might care to step across to number 22 a bit later on. Like around 7, have a bite of food.
Oh.
Dad will be out and the youngest in bed, so there'll just be the 4 of us.
Oh, that was lovely. That's the first meal I've enjoyed since... for days.
Good. Well, sit yourselves down. Have a hand of cards in a minute. You comfortable there, Peter?
Yes, thanks.
Good.
I would like to thank you both, Mrs. Hodgson, Mr. Hodgson, for having us round. Under the circumstances, it's most kind of you, and a lot more than most people are prepared to do.
Please, think nothing of it, Mrs. Furneaux. It's the least we can do, isn't it, Harry?
Yep, the least.
Well, now, you're looking rather pale, Peter.
It's the thunder. It always gives me a headache.
Oh, well, it is a bit stuffy in here. Shall I open the window? Not wide, but enough for some air, Mrs. Furneaux?
Oh, please do. Yes, I'd like some air, too.
Right.
Poor Peter. I hope you didn't catch cold this morning.
That was a lark this morning, wasn't it? I won't draw the curtains for the moment. Oh, that muck up there's about to get to us any moment. What a blooming summer. Look at it. It's almost dark already. Well, that better, Peter?
Yes, thank you.
You've seen your husband, Mrs. Furneaux?
I saw him yesterday.
Ah.
All right, is he the captain?
As they say, he's as well as can be expected.
Is he saying anything?
No. He's extremely reticent.
Yes, I'm sure he is. And the solicitor isn't saying anything either. That's the way they fixed it.
Fixed what, Mr. Hodgson?
Tell you what I think, son. It's all a put-up job. He's collaborating with him, the captain is. I know, I can feel it. And they've got some scheme going. The captain's not guilty, not in a million years. No, it's all some tricks that his nibs has thought up.
I only know he's not guilty. He couldn't be.
We know that, too.
And I'd swear on the book that the voice I heard over the phone that time wasn't your father's, not the captain's, not ever.
Oh, here he comes. Oh, it's pouring. Oh, dear. Daphne's out without a coat or hat or umbrella. I think you should close the window, dear.
Yeah, well, I told her it was going to come down, cats and dogs. Anyway, this will clear your head, Peter boy. What the hell was that? Went right through the window.
It's a golf ball.
Dirty kids, I'll get my torch. I'm going to take a stick to him. Might have put someone eye up.
Mum, don't worry.
What is happening, Peter?
Something's up. I'm going out.
Stay here, Mum. Stay with her, Mrs. Hodgson. I know who it is. I'm going to stay.
Split up into 2 groups. Hawkins and Brown, stay where you are.
Right, Sarge.
The rest to the bridge.
Come on, you chaps. Follow me. This way.
It's crawling with policemen. Dark and foully wet. Must get to the river.
Hold! Oh, it's you, Sonny. P.C. Hawkins, that's me. What are you doing out all in this wet?
I saw the torches. Wanted to see what was going on.
Well, you won't see anything in this dark, will you? Better get in the dry. You're soaking. Oh, not as wet as me, mind. I've been in the river. Come up suddenly at me, he did. Give me a fine old butt in the tummy. Oh, a bit of luck. I dropped my torch on the bank.
You there?
Who's that?
Hodgson here from number 22. I had 2 golf balls bang through my central window.
Well, that's a joke, isn't it? Taking a swing of golf balls in all this?
Get away. Get to the riverside. Then follow it along to the culvert. Here we are. Now, down to the culvert. No need to run. There's no hurry if I'm right. And if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter. I don't want to see another scary film or read another scary book for the rest of my life. Good. The police are not here anyway. This is it, is it? Yes. Careful. Careful. Here's a catwalk. Try not to shake. Now, down into the culvert. Anybody there? Yes. Got a knife. Stop it. Hold on. Don't. It's me, Peter.
Peter! Oh, God! How badly have I hurt you?
You just about missed me. It's only a scratch, Mrs. Trevelyan.
I didn't think of it being you. I'm sorry, Peter. So sorry.
It's all right.
It's so awfully dark. I can't even see your face.
Perhaps that's just as well.
Oh, Peter, how did you know I was in the culvert?
Because I know you. You needed somewhere to hide and work things out. And you were sure they wouldn't look here. Come on, let's get out of the water. We'd better be getting back.
Whatever for?
Because you've got to give yourself up. They'll soon catch you if you don't.
Nobody saw me do it. They can prove nothing.
They can. And they know how you did it. I think I know too. You must come back.
No. I've got it all worked out. I know the South Downs where I grew up.
How do you think you'd get there? It's impossible, Mrs. Trevelyan. They'll be looking for you, and you're all wet.
I'll break into shops and get fresh clothes and money and a pair of spectacles and do my hair differently. Oh, Peter, you could come too. We could change our names and live together. We could be together for always. Peter. Oh, darling Peter.
Get off! You're insane, and you're bad.
I suppose I am. It would never have worked, would it? I don't think I'm insane. But I am bad. I'm sorry.
I said we knew roughly how you did it, so they'll find the machine.
It was your model glider gave me the idea. The catapulting you spoke of. I made a catapult with heavy elastic and cranked it up with a clothes mangle. It was very powerful.
Is the contraption there now, in position, I mean?
Yes. My husband's away until tomorrow. I didn't expect the police when I shot the golf balls.
Colonel Manton knew it was you. The police have been watching you. Come back with me. Give yourself up. Mrs. Trevelyan, please.
Forgive me, Peter. Not now. Now you won't be able to. But sometime. No, don't say anything. I don't want you to forget me. But you'll have to try to. Anyway, all the women you'll meet for the rest of your life will be less bad than me. Goodbye, Peter.
Mrs. Trevelyan.
No, don't come near. I still have the knife. Goodbye, Peter. This is really the best way.
Mrs. Trevelyan, please, don't. Where are you? It's so dark. Damn.
Forgive me, Peter.
God. Should have taken a knife. Mrs. Trevelyan. Better get back. Tell them. She'll never come back. So cold and wet. Run.
Well, now, Peter, I've a number of apologies to offer you, and some information to impart. So do sit yourself down.
Thank you, Colonel Munson.
Yes. Well, I hope you're well and Clacton-on-Sea was a success.
Oh, yes, sir, thank you. We had a jolly good week and lots of sun.
Splendid. Good. Well, the apologies first, then. Chiefly what I did to your father, and through him to your mother and yourself.
You didn't tell my father the arrest was a fake, did you, sir?
No, I couldn't rely on his powers as an actor.
I see that, sir. I think he understands.
I've been invited to write an account of the whole affair, and I intend to lay some stress on your father's contribution. It's true he had no choice, but I shan't say that.
That will help, sir. He doesn't feel much of a hero at present.
Ah. Has he told you about his wartime accident and his arm?
The car crash, sir, yes.
Yes, and also how Inman met a chum who knew your father was in admin and not a flyer.
He's explained it all, sir.
Mm.
I think he felt awful about the deception all the time. You see, sir, just before Inman was killed, he worried me because he'd become terribly worked up about 2 recent murders. Buck Ruxton and a woman. And Charlotte something.
Charlotte Bryant?
Yes. He felt he was no better than they were, which was silly. But when Inman was killed, it did worry me. His furious interest in the 2 murders, if you see.
Oh, yes, completely, Peter. Most people have a morbid interest in murder, but not a furious interest.
And then he made it worse by lying about the size of the person who attacked him that evening. She was so much smaller than him. He couldn't admit to being knocked over by her. It was all this hero stuff, I suppose.
Exactly, dear boy. Well, did you tell him about P.C. Hawkins? 14 stone of him, and he was butted into the river.
Yes, sir. It helped.
Yeah, good. Yeah, well, that leads us back to the murder. And our break came when you found the weapon for us. You recognized it at once, didn't you?
Not only as the fuselage of a 6-penny glider, it also told me who the murderer was. Because I'd explained about gliders and catapults and aeroplane elastic to her 10 days before the murder. I hadn't thought she was listening.
Yes, but she was.
Why did she want to kill him?
Oh, well, she'd been having an affair with him, which was a good idea to begin with, until Inman started to become indiscreet. Well, at the dance that night, for instance. He was going to tell Trevelyan, perhaps start divorces going, and this was something she could not accept at any time. And certainly not when her husband was about to be made a partner in his firm.
I see.
Yes, but let's clear up those dying words, shall we? Now, Inman said hello a number of times. What was he trying to say? You have 10 seconds.
Arrow.
Correct, yeah. To him it was an arrow. Well, now, I had 2 suspects. Her and your unfortunate father, whose lack of alibi was a huge snag. Oh, Hodgson, by the way, was never a serious candidate, and she had nothing against him. All that Evans stuff was just to make us misdirect our efforts.
But it was quite clever, sir, since Mr. Hodgson had struck Inman, and Mr. Langdon was good at funny voices.
Yes, she was quite clever, Peter. Well, now, once she had assembled her contraption and made her missile, she had to find out if it would penetrate the human skull. So she stole Boris Karloff and used him to test her weapon. Successfully, obviously. On Tuesday, Inman was coming to see her, as usual, and when he reached her back garden, she shot him with her arrow and pushed him in the river. But he got out of the river and found you. And curiously, most of this, the way she killed, was guessed by accident in a fit of sarcasm by that man Cox, in the course of which he produced one virtually insuperable objection. What could have induced the victim to keep still long enough for such a clumsy weapon to be aimed at him? I mean, I can't explain it.
Perhaps I can, sir. I noticed the bolt on the back gate of her house was very stiff. You'd naturally stay in the same position while you worked it into place.
Ah, my boy, you saved my reason. Yes, at that distance, with that power, the trajectory would be almost flat. Simple. Ah, so there it is.
I should have stopped her killing herself. I forgot she had the knife still. Should have remembered.
She was very determined, Peter, in everything she did, as you well know. There'd be no stopping her. Now, finally this. A £5 note. An unofficial reward. Spend it unwisely.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't suppose...
No, Peter, no. How sound your instincts are. I now know you know what I am, or what I used to be. A small part of my life at any time, but the smallest part is too much. Of that,
thing in me enabled me to understand her and to predict how she would behave, with a result I expect could be called socially useful. But friendship between us has become impossible, I'm afraid, at present. It's, the sort of penalty one pays for, well, existing, really. We'll see one another again and perhaps talk these matters over, but not yet. Good luck to you, Peter. You're a sane human being, and you'll survive all this.
Lovely evening. Golly, I feel good. And I've £5 to spend. Ah, there's Daphne in her deck chair. Right, my boy, as the Colonel would say. Open the gate forthwith and approach. Hello, Daphne.
Oh. Hello.
Put your book down, there's a good girl. Are you free this evening?
Oh. Dunno.
Fine, that means you're free. I'll be over to fetch you about 7. You put on something nice and we'll go out somewhere.
Oh.
To hell with O, Daff. O or no O. I'm coming back at 7 and you'll be ready, okay?
What if I'm not?
Then I'll sit around until you are. But it would be wasting time.
Oh, you are a big E-man, aren't you?
I'm not very big, I agree. Still, it's early days yet. He, certainly. As for man, I might surprise you. See you at 7.
Oh. All right.
That's a good girl. Till 7, then. That started things anyway. Better go home and have a wash. How long ago was it? 3 weeks only. It all began 3 weeks ago, here at number 21, and she came to the gate at about this time of the evening. A for sale board there now. Listen. Telephone. That song. A telephone rings, but who's to answer? Oh, how the ghost of you clings. Does her ghost cling? She'll never be back. She's gone for good. She'll never not be there in my memory, though. But not like any other deep memory. She'll stay in my mind, but I'll never be able to see her squarely. What she did with me and what she did to Inman, they'll sort of run together all my life.
Peter, love, are you coming in?
Yes, Mum. I'm coming in.
The Riverside Villas murder was dramatized for radio by Frederick Bradnam from the novel by Kingsley Amis. Peter was played by Ian Sharrock, Colonel Manton by Peter Jeffrey, Mrs. Trevelyan by Norma Ronald, and Captain Furneaux by Stephen Thorne. Detective Constable Barrett, Paul Meyer, Mr. Hodgson, Clifford Norgate, Daphne Hodgson, Deborah Page, Mr. Langdon, Malcolm Reed, Inspector Cox, Gerard Green, Mrs. Ellington and Mrs. Hodgson, Anne Jameson, Mr. Trevelyan, Leslie Heritage, Mr. Inman, Steve Hodson, Sergeant Duke, Douglas Blackwell, and Mrs. Furneaux, Joanna Wake. Bert Soper's rhythm boys were Bill McGuffey, piano, Tony Gilbert, violin, Henry Mackenzie, clarinet, and Bobby Orr, drums. The play was produced and directed by Harry Catlin.
Good evening to you, my precious ones. Latour 93. Chateau Margaux. Something for my old age. Not that I'm in a hurry to see it. 6 times 12, 72. Plus 12 times 4, 6, 8. 12 times 8 of the Chateau de Cam makes 96. 72 plus 96. Who's there? Oh, gracious man, you gave me a fright. Who's your friend?
No. Not the Margot. Oh, no. Not my precious one.
The Third Gentleman by Ian Rankin, being the further bold adventures of an Edinburgh caddie, with Alexander Morton as Cullender.
Of the Honourable Company of Caddies of our fair city of Edinburgh, on this day, October the 23rd, in the year of our Lord...
In your own time, Mr. Linklater.
Whether you like it or not, Mr. Cullender, these proceedings shall take place. In this year of our Lord, 1794, it is my solemn and unpleasant duty to pass judgment on one of our number, Mr. Cullender.
Oh, you got my name right, if nothing else.
The facts of the case, sir, are clear. As you know, Mr. Cullender, as we all, I hope, know, a caddie must be both honourable and, above all, honest as the day is long. We work for ladies and gentlemen, and they must be able to trust us. After all, we run tasks for them, carry messages. We do their bidding. That is the role of a caddie.
And never a guest.
Unfortunately, my friend, in these particulars you have singularly and dramatically failed. You stole from your master, you cheated that same gentleman, and you lied to this court.
I've never told a lie in my life. This whole size has been a mockery.
All the evidence presented, and especially that given by your erstwhile employer, the Reverend Wiley, a gentleman of the utmost rectitude, I am bound to disagree with you. This court finds the 3 charges against you proven, Mr. All 3 charges proven. And I hereby dismiss you from this company and from this profession. Do you have anything to say?
Only that the charges are false. But then you know that already, Linklater.
Cullender, you are no longer a caddie. Good day to you, sir.
Come. Oh, come away in, Cully, come away in.
You wanted to see me, Lord Provost?
A black day, Cully.
Aye.
I was sorry to hear of it.
All lies, of course.
Aye, your word against a minister of the kirk.
Oh, then I suppose I must be guilty. Provost, was I summoned here so you could gloat, or was there anything in particular?
Some people, Cully, found guilty of 6 serious charges, I'd have them in the toll booth.
Reverend Wiley didn't want that.
And neither do I, Cully. Tell me, what'll you do now?
Something will turn up.
Aye, but you've been a caddie all your life. You know this city like the back of your hand, eh? In short, you're the most resourceful individual I know.
Oh, aye, Provost.
Which is why I think I may be able to assist you.
In what particular?
Gainful employment, Cully. You'll be an investigator. My investigator. You heard about poor Monroe.
Killed for the contents of his cellar.
And not the first. There was Joseph Gillis afore him. All his wine stolen, no clues to their whereabouts.
And the town guard isn't getting anywhere. Oh, how would we tell? If they found a cellar's worth of wine, they'd drink it first, ask questions later.
But you, on the other hand, you know everyone in this city.
Everyone worth knowing.
You hear what's happening.
Oh, sharp ears.
You see things.
I have a pair of deep, empty pockets. How much will you pay?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Just so. Not in monetary terms. But I have skills too, Cully. I have influence. A word with Linklater.
My old position.
Hand it back to you. Or else Mr. Linklater will find his position rather difficult. The city licenses the caddies, don't forget, and I sign those licenses. But there's one thing.
What's that?
Speed. I'll give you 5 days, Cully, and I want everything settled by then.
Or?
You remember I mentioned the toll booth? You've been branded a thief and a cheat. Right now, I may be your only friend in this city, your only ally at this distressing time, eh? Lose my friendship and you'll find yourself the loneliest man on God's green earth.
But I'll need time to think over this generous offer.
No. I'll have my answer now, thank you.
But 5 days, promise.
Not an hour or a minute longer, is that understood? So, tell me what it's to be. Yes. Or no.
So, the first thing to examine is the scene of the crime.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Oh, Mary, your support warms my heart.
You haven't heard?
And what?
The devil's business. The bodies are laid out in the shape of a cross.
Who told you that?
I hear things.
Unavoidable, I suppose, in your line of work.
You've never complained?
Now, what else have you heard from your...
My gentleman?
No.
Well, both corpses were anointed with wine. A dab of the stuff on each palm and the forehead.
The devil's business?
Well, that's right.
Thank you for that, Mary. You made my task go easier.
If you're going to be like that...
All right, I'm sorry. Mary, Danny... Mary, sit back down.
Looking for company, sir? And how about you, my bra laddie? Got a place for me?
Ian! Over here.
Aye. What is it, Mr. Calder?
Yeah. How long have you been a caddy, Ian?
4 years.
And who got you the job? Taught you everything he knows?
Well, you did, Mr. Calder.
And tell me, you think I'm guilty?
Well, I don't know.
Will you help me prove my innocence?
How?
I want you to shadow Reverend Wiley. And don't let him out of your sight. When he's retired for the evening, report back to me. I want to know who he's met with and where he's been. Understood?
Aye, Mr. Callender.
Good lad, Ian. Why so worried?
Me, Mr. Callender?
You, Ian.
Well, it's these... No, I don't want to fight.
Press gangs?
I've already taken Mr. Mack.
I know. And that fool Gisborne actually volunteered.
Said Bonaparte's men are savages.
We caddies are the slipperyest creatures on God's earth, Ian. They won't catch you.
But if I'm out on the street watching this minister...
They won't catch you.
Good evening to you, my fine fellows.
Aye.
Just the types I'm looking for. Tell me, have you ever considered a new life in the America?
Well, I'm not interested.
Oh, allow me to finish, please. I'm in the market for 100 or so lucky individuals. Passages are most affordable, and look what awaits you at the other end. An untainted land of vast riches just waiting to be exploited. There's money to be made by hard-working, honest souls like yourselves. By the cut of your cloth, I'd say Edinburgh has not treated you with the kindness you deserve.
How much would it cost?
Well, for you, my boy, I'm sure terms can be arranged.
Between you lot and the press gangs, we'll be lucky if anyone's left in the city. I said we're not interested.
Please yourself. Come and see me any time you like, young sir. I'm in town a few more days, but best hurry. Places are going fast.
Damn, that's impudence.
America, Cully. Away from the war.
I'll work you to death and leave you to rot.
It's better than being torn apart by a Frenchie.
You're not listening to me. Keep your head down and you'll be fine. Trust me, Ian. This immigration is a plot hatched in Glasgow. They want to empty the city. Now off you go. Find Reverend Wiley and stick to him like glue.
Right. Goodbye, Cully.
What am I going to do with him?
With whom, Cully?
Mr. Ballantyne, as welcome a sight as ever.
I thought I'd stop by to offer my condolences. There is heroism in adversity, Cully. Remember that.
My world seems suddenly brighter.
Here, have a drink.
Drink? That's very decent of you.
I find that life's little pleasures become more affordable by the week.
Poetry's selling?
No, Lucky Aird's claret's getting cheaper. Your good health, Mr. Callender.
And yours, Mr. Ballantyne?
Will you take a pipe with me?
You know I've stopped.
Oh, more fool you, sir.
I'll thank you not to light that thing.
Do I tempt you, Cully? Ballantyne the Serpent. An image with possibilities. So, what will you do now that you have been found out a rogue like the rest of us? Do the Americas beckon?
Reverend Wiley lied.
Lied, sir?
Or was mistaken. At any rate, I didn't steal from him.
I was under the impression the timepiece was found in your jacket.
And how it got there, I know not.
Well, that's your story.
Before God and Linklater both.
I recall Mr. Linklater and yourself have clashed in the past.
Aye, and I never laid a hard enough blow.
Still, it's lucky the Reverend showed forgiveness otherwise.
Aye, and that may still be my fate if the Provost does his way.
Every time that door opens...
You think they're coming for us?
Well, it stands to reason. The longer this war goes on, the greater the need for fresh blood.
Ah, they wouldn't call up a poet, surely. How could the city survive without you?
None shall be exempt, Cully. They'll take every last one of us and drag us off to die in some foreign field. Speaking of which, I've something here that will cheer you.
Let me guess. A new poem.
How the devil did you know?
I've suffered enough.
In Adina's house, where my nights are spent meanly, I think of you often, my love, and miss you so keenly. I picture you statuesque and magnificent and queenly, and I ask myself, would it perhaps be unseemly to beg one most beauteous lock of your hair, something to hold in my hand and to stare at, something to care for in times of great trouble?
Lucky, bring me a whiskey, woman, and make it a double.
I will.
How about you?
Mr. Hosborough.
Hi, that's me.
The Provost has asked me to speak with you. Are these two all right?
1 hour's practice per day. And aren't the castle ramparts just the place for it?
I'm surprised you can swing a sword in this gale.
Well, it's a bit blustery. Take a look at the view.
Maybe, when the wind dies.
Are you right to be cautious? 4 of my men were blown off the parapet last month. Here, come on. We can talk in here. That's better. Mind your head in the lantern. Here, pull up a box to sit on. Will you take a pipe, Mr.
Cullender? No, thank you, Mr. Hosborough.
Sergeant Hosborough. Yes, the Provost sent me a note. Seems my men are not thought capable of...
No. That's Sergeant Horsburgh. There isn't a citizen of Edinburgh does not know the full range of the town guard's abilities.
Then why are you here?
Well, it's just a fresh pair of eyes and ears. With a doctor and a... What was Gillis' profession?
Candle maker.
A professional man. Murdered. The Provost is naturally anxious.
Mr. Cullender, we both know the reputation the town guard has in this city. We know the company has its share of...
rotten apples.
Problems. But we're the only law and order this place has. Can you imagine Edinburgh without us? Riot and licentiousness, whores and ruffians. This city is like these very boxes. Now, as if I don't have enough problems, along you come. An outsider, an amateur.
These boxes, Sergeant.
What of them?
Their contents?
Munitions. Grenades, stuff we've no use for these days.
Grenades?
Grenades. Modern warfare, Mr. Cullender.
And a lamp burning.
Well, the fencing master beckons. Hold on to my pipe for me, Cullender. I'll be as quick as I can.
Sergeant Horsborough! Sergeant Horsborough! God. Sergeant Horsborough!
So, he was lying here. This hogshead had been toppled, wine and broken glass on the floor.
He'd been stabbed?
A dagger or similar.
They didn't empty the cellar?
Just a few dozen of the best bottles. Dr. Monroe kept a cellar book.
Was it the same with Gillis?
No, Gillis didn't keep a cellar book.
That's not...
I know what you meant. Yes, it was the same with Gillis. Certain bottles stolen, stabbed through the heart.
The same bottles?
Well, dunno. As I said...
Gillis didn't keep a cellar book. Who did he buy his wine from?
A Mr. Jeffrey.
Down in Leith?
That's him.
Merchant in fine Bordeaux wines. What do you suppose the stolen bottles are worth?
£200 or £300.
For a few bottles of grape juice?
A few exceptional bottles. So, any conclusions?
I can understand killing two men when money's at stake, but how could you sell the wine to without raising suspicion? Maybe there's another motive.
In the wine?
An afterthought. And do you have any theories?
Well, I still think he was killed for his wine. Well, now that the excise men have done away with smuggling, there are plenty of ruffians out there. We work our damnedest to stamp out one problem, only to replace it with another.
Fresh exploit for Blackie Bird, perhaps.
Blackie Bird's dead.
If he ever existed.
What do you mean?
Well, I've heard the stories. He's no more than the invention of failed smugglers and their cups.
Fearsome myth.
Best ones always are.
But what about the chase through Cramond? And the time he disguised himself as a monk?
Tell me, have you ever met anybody who's seen Blackie Bird or spoken with him?
Well...
Precisely. A story gets made up and then everybody joins in. You know, there's another rumour.
About Blackie?
About the two murders. The bodies were laid out the same way.
Legs together, arms outstretched.
Sign of the cross. And drops of wine on their foreheads and palms.
Yes.
Some religious connection.
Or zealots who disapprove of trade with Bonaparte. We are at war with the devil.
One advantage of a career in the town guard. You're not likely to be press-ganged.
No, but they got my brother.
Is he...
Haven't heard from him since. Well, if we're finished here, where next?
Well, Gillis was a candle maker, you say?
Correct.
I'm trying to think of enemies the two men might have shared.
We could talk to Dr. Monroe's superior.
Who might that be?
Well, Dr. Camp. Didn't you know? Monroe was no ordinary doctor. He was second in command at Bedlam.
I've already told your men as much as I could.
There might be things they missed.
Such as?
Well, no one will ask, Dr. Kant. Is she all right?
Well, she would hardly be in Bedlam if she was all right. Some of the inmates resist treatment.
A tub of water over the head, that counts as treatment.
Well, it can calm a seizure. I'll make the bindings tighter, man. No movement allowed to the limbs.
You seem to have no shortage of treatments, Dr. Kant.
Some of these were Dr. Monroe's idea. I miss the poor devil. Just step over them, they won't bite.
Are they dead?
Catatonia, Sergeant, that's all.
The deed are coming back to life. Put your ear to the floor. Every night I hear them scratching their way back up.
Hush now, Maggie. Look, perhaps we'd find conversation easier in the physic garden.
The day of judgment, man. My word.
Maggie, somebody come and take her.
Maggie Kirk? Is that you?
It's the devil's work.
You know her?
Years ago, before they started calling her a witch.
Oh, she's mad, that's all. Come on. Good. Take Maggie and sit her down somewhere, will you? And be gentle with her. This door here, gentlemen.
Oh, that's better. From Hades into Eden.
It's incredible.
Monroe's idea again. We have more than 2,000 plants here. Monroe was interested in herbs as restoratives. A real haven of a place, too.
The likes of Maggie get to wander here.
Oh, gracious, no. It's not for the likes of them.
Only I feel a lot calmer for it. Maybe they would too.
I didn't realise you were a medical man, Mr. Cullender.
Dr. Kant, the reason we're here is to ask if Dr. Monroe could have had any enemies.
He was the gentlest soul in Christendom.
Did you know he collected wine?
It was no secret. Monroe was a convivial host. I dined with him many a time. His friends are all aficionados of the grape.
What friends are these?
Other wine collectors. Scott, Monboddo, Telford.
That would be the Lords Monboddo and Telford.
The same. And Walter Scott, the lawyer. How do you smell those herbs? Breathe deeply.
This town needs all the perfume it can get.
But these are good for the corpus. Valeriana for the heart. Echinacea for the blood. Althea for the lungs.
And that pretty one?
Persicaria bistorta. It seems I'm needed indoors. If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'm sorry I can't be more help.
Thank you for your cooperation, Dr. Kant. What did you think of him?
He was obliging.
A good man. You have doubts?
There's something he wasn't telling us. You see how we were hurried outside when Maggie Kirk come along? You noted his eyes. He was expecting some attack.
Working where he does, it's understandable.
No. It's something else.
I thought they said the mad weren't allowed out here. See on that bench?
But not dressed like the riches within. Good day to you, my lady.
He's 5 foot 10 inches, lovely brown curling hair, a nice face. Have you seen him?
Mad, as I said.
Seen who, my lady?
My brother, William Merrily.
What, he's in there.
Oh, I don't know where he is. Do you work here? Could you look for him? I've tried, but I was too much of a coward. Oh, I'm sorry, William.
Yeah, Horsburgh, help me, man.
Where are we taking her?
Away from here. This situation requires something stronger than will be found in Dr. Kant's physic garden. Feeling a little better?
I must apologise.
No need. My name's Cullender.
Jane Merrily.
Here we are.
And this is Sergeant Horsburgh.
Of the Town Guard. At your service.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sergeant Horsburgh.
For what?
Not recognising your uniform.
Oh, you're not from around here.
My family lives in Glasgow.
And your brother's gone missing.
He came to Edinburgh for the weekend with some friends, and they lost him. It's been several days now, and no word from him.
Drink this, and your very good health. I'll say one thing for this place. The wine's cheap. Feeling better, Miss?
Jane Merrily. A little better, thank you.
What business is your brother in?
Shipping.
Tobacco?
Why, yes.
Glasgow, Miss Merrily. Ships in the Clyde. That means the Americas. Slaves and tobacco. Oh, we're quite used to your tobacco barons coming here to lord it over us.
Oh, William could hardly be described as a baron, and he would never lord it over anyone. Sergeant Horsburgh, do you think you might find me a fresh handkerchief?
Oh, I've one in my...
A lady's handkerchief?
Well, there's a store right outside.
Is there? Well, let me give you some money.
It'll be my pleasure, Miss Jane.
You can talk in front of him.
You saw through my little charade, and you guessed my brother's occupation. Do you think you might help me?
Help you find him?
I'd make it well worth your while.
I'm a touch preoccupied.
But it really would mean so much to me. You see, I fear William's been kidnapped.
Press gang?
Oh, much worse. That's why I couldn't say anything in front of the sergeant. The authorities. Those are the very men who may have snatched him.
I didn't understand.
Well, not here. It's too public. Will you walk with me? I really would be in your debt.
How can I refuse?
You're most kind.
You are most beautiful. I'm sorry, my lady. I don't know why I...
I'm flattered, Mr. Callender. Do you have a first name?
My friends call me Cully.
Cully? Might I call you that?
I'd be honoured.
And you must call me Jane.
There you are, Miss Merrily.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Finest linen. You'll notice the embroidered...
Sergeant Horsburgh, our work is at an end for today. Miss Merrily, might I escort you back to your lodgings?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Callender.
I was going to suggest a bite to eat.
Oh, well, thanks, Sergeant Horsburgh, but I don't feel the need.
I meant Miss Merrily and myself.
Oh, you're too kind, Sergeant. Another time. And my thanks for the handkerchief. I'll treasure it.
Well, bid you good day then, Horsburgh. Until tomorrow.
Mr. Callender, a word.
If you'll excuse me a moment, my lady. I thought you were watching Reverend Wiley.
Then give me the coach fare to Glasgow.
He's gone.
Packed his bags this morning.
Told me he'd been in town a full month. Thanks, Ian. You've given me something to think about. Well then, my lady, if you're ready.
Bad news, Mr. Callender?
No, sure. Mind the step there.
Did you drop this, sir?
No, she did. Treasure it indeed.
You needing a caddy, sir?
Aye, laddie. The one that's just left. And then only to strangle.
Here we are.
You've chosen well. Mr. Galloway always looks after our guest. Mind you, don't mistake a door. Next along is a body house.
You seem to know everything. I thank God I met you.
I can't promise miracles, Jane, but if your brother is in Edinburgh, I'll find him.
Oh, I believe you. And all my hopes rest with you. Thank you, Cully.
Thank you, Jane.
We'll meet tomorrow.
As arranged.
And I'll say good night.
Good night to you, sweet Jane.
Now here's the like, big fellow. King and country require your services.
The king go fight his own battles.
Seditious talk, my man. A year in uniform will change your mind. Seize him!
Look for a victim elsewhere, you maggot!
Maggots, is it? Hold him, men. Get his legs. Oh, if you fight like this against the French, I'll be proud of you.
What the devil's going on here? Cullender, is that you?
Pity's sake, Lord Provost.
Let him go at once, you hear.
As you wish, Lord Provost.
Mr. Stubbs, is this how you go about your duties?
He was willing, sir, believe me. We were just, being vigorous.
Callender works for me, at least for the next few days. Do you understand me, Mr. Stubbs?
I take my orders from the king himself, sir.
Not in my tune, do you understand?
Callender, is it? Well, be sure of this. We'll meet again, Mr. Callender. I've never lost a man yet, and I do not intend to lose one now.
Be off with you, man. Stick to the beggars as we agreed.
Come on, men.
Thanks, Provost. Saved my neck.
Because it belongs to me. You can't blame Stubbs for trying. It's his job.
Aye, Lord Provost.
Aye, but steer clear of him. He has a long memory. Now, if you'll excuse me...
from Madame Mackenzie?
A small cadeau.
There must be a dozen bottles.
None of your business, Cully.
As you say, Lord Provost. I take it Sergeant Hosborough and his men will not be closing down the Madame for the foreseeable future?
We're neither of us astrologers, Cully. Now, get back to work and let Nathan distract you.
Good evening, Lord Provost.
Good evening to you. Have we met?
Oh, don't be like that, you know fine well we have.
Well, I can't be expected to start here all night. Results, Cully, or else.
What does he mean, results?
It's a long story, Mary.
I like stories. Come on, keep me company until one of my gentlemen turns up and tell me this story of yours.
He was in Edinburgh to look at a ship he and his partners were thinking of buying.
And?
He disappeared. Last seen down by the dockside in Leith.
People vanish all the time. Most of my customers seem to have. And his sister told you all this?
Jane, aye.
Which Jane is it? Is she a beauty?
Mary.
More ladylike than me, is that it?
Listen for a minute, will you?
Evening, sir. Liking your college? Please yourself. Where did she tell you this?
Walked her to her lodgings. Her brother is in the shipping business.
Her lodgings? All the way to her room?
Mary.
And all she did was tell you a story?
Her brother runs ships between Africa and America.
Worth a few bob, then.
He discovered something. Something which put him in mortal danger.
What did he find?
A slave ship. Intercepted by our own forces. It was American. Fair game in the war against France.
So?
It was brought into the Clyde. And that's when they found the slaves, hundreds of them, crammed beneath decks. Nobody knew what to do. There was a long wrangle, and by the time it was sorted out, the slaves were dead. Starved to death, most of them. Some from disease.
That's awful.
It was arranged to keep things quiet.
Hundreds of dead black men.
Ship was taken out to the mouth of the Clyde. Sank it.
Oh, dear God, who did?
Whoever abducted Merrily. He learned of the story. He was arranging for men to dive down to the wreck.
Misters, you devil!
I begin to see where Dr. Monroe got some of his ideas.
Who's he?
The corpse in the cellar. He came up with some ingenious inventions for bedlam.
He's the one you should be concentrating on. You don't want to make an enemy of the Provost.
You're right. Which is why I need your help. I need somebody down at the docks.
Eh?
Merrily was last seen in Leith. Somebody must have noticed something. The same time if Monroe and Gillis were killed for their wine. Where are the city's merchants?
Down in Leith. Oh, you want me to spy for you?
I'd stand out. Too obvious. You, my dear Mary, on the other hand.
Cully, you've just said Merrily put himself in mortal danger, and now you're asking me.
Just be yourself, Mary. Go about your business. I'm not telling you to stick your nose in, just keep your eyes and ears open.
While you gallivant with Jane, what about us?
You know how I feel.
Oh, commitment, Cully, the two of us.
I'm saving every last penny.
Pipe tobacco?
None this past fortnight.
This partnership needs more than one wage earner. Evening to you, sir. Looking for some company? I've a room just near here, sir. We'll be nice and cosy. All right, Cully. I'll give it a try, but at a price. Be sure to tell Jane that when you see her.
And good night to you, dear Mary.
I can hear you. You think I can't, but I can. I can hear you working. Digging. I can hear your whispers. What tongue is that? Hipperty, bipperty, capple and dapple, he'll choke on a tatty that's stuck in his thrapple. Come to me, my pretty ones, my keening ones. Come to Maggie Kirk and keep her warm. Oh, your clothings are bare. You've climbed the stair. Now, open the door. Take what's yours.
No, you daft loons. Pearl ashes, flax and hemp to shed number 7. Indigo and sugar shed free. And don't dawdle. Come on. You there! Get those fish up the road before they rot. Oh, God, give me strength. Are those supplies for the barrack? She's 3 ships down, nearest the lighthouse. Pick your feet up, she sails in half an hour.
Good morning to you.
State your business.
I'm looking for a Mr. Jeffrey.
Next to the ropeworks. Put her down, McKechnie. You never know what you'll catch. Shouldn't you be helping with the timber?
He's got a log I could help him with.
You still here?
Aye,
Don't get your hopes up, unless you've silver in your pocket. See your kind down here all too often. The ropeworks is back near the gates, left-hand side.
Right, aye. Thank you. I wish you good day, Ray.
Aye, and good day to you. McKechnie! Will you leave that harlot be? Hey, what do you think you're doing? Hey, you can't take him, he's one of my best men.
He signed his name.
The man's in a stupor.
Celebrating the glorious dawn of a new career. Calendar, is that you skulking there? There's always room in the coach for one more and no provost here to stick his nose in. Oh, run. Run all you like. We always know where to find you, and we will have you. You've my word for it.
Port and Madeira over by that wall.
There you are, Mr. Jeffrey.
Yes, that's right. Now, where are the clarets from Messrs. Johnson? I want to make a start on the bottling. 6 tons of claret, is that right? At 800 livres per ton. The whites! Has anyone seen the Malaga whites?
Here, Mr. Jeffrey.
Right, good.
Mr. Jeffrey.
Oh, now careful there, the floor's slippery. Are you all right?
Oh, just a little out of breath. A bit of wine gets spilled along the way,
I can't be helped. Alan! Lucky Aird needs 4 cases of the special. I want those delivered today. Should we, monsieur, to comprendre?
Business seems good.
Oh, it's always like this when a shipment arrives. Come through to my office, Mr.
My name's Cullender. Careful there. Mr. Jeffrey, your floor's treacherous indeed.
Treacherous, yes. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Calendar?
Cullender.
Oh, I'm sorry, of course. Cullender. In here, please. Less chance of being disturbed. Now then, sit yourself down. A drop of Burgundy. Morachet, I believe.
Don't mind if I do, so long as you'll join me.
Oh, I fully intend to.
You bottle your own wine, Mr. Jeffrey?
Mostly, yes. Though the French are beginning to bottle the stuff themselves. They say it may travel better. Now then, here you are. Your health, sir.
And yours? Very nice.
A morning restorative. Oh, this desk.
I'm not here on business, Mr. Jeffrey. Not exactly.
Oh, well, what then?
Messrs. Munro and Gillis. You've heard, I suppose.
Naturally. A great shock.
Did both men buy their wine from yourself?
Well, not exclusively, but yes. Both were occasional customers. And what's your role in all this?
Our Lord Provost has asked me to make some inquiries.
Oh, I see.
Lacking any clues as of this moment, I'm left with conjecture.
And what do you conject?
That both victims were relieved of their most valuable wines, that both men bought wine from you. I don't suppose MD has attempted to sell you back any of these bottles.
Gracious, no. And if they did, I know my duty, Mr. Cullender.
Cullender?
Just so. A top up, sir. No, I was most upset to hear of the murders. And curious, I admit, about the loss of the wines.
Curious?
Well, as to who'd want them. I sell wines of a similar quality every day. They may be the nectar of the gods, but you wouldn't kill a man for them. And if the villains knew what they were getting, you did say they were selective.
Only the best bottles, according to Monroe's cellar book. Lafitte, Margot, Decem.
Best indeed.
You sold them to Monroe?
I deal in quality rather than quantity, sir. Yes, they were mine. But what's odd is, none of them will be ready to drink for some time yet.
What, a matter of weeks?
A matter of years, sir. As many as 8 or even 10.
And this improves them?
You sound sceptical.
Well, I'll buy wine to drink, not as ornament.
These were no ornaments, man. They were investments. Dreams of a future fulfillment. And speaking of fulfillment...
No, not for me. It was delicious, but this early in the day.
Detection requires a clear head.
Indeed, Mr. Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. I'm only sorry I can't be of more help.
That's what everybody seems to say.
I'll see you out. Mr. Callender. It's more usual to leave by the door.
I find that when there's a useful alternative when the devil's at my heels. Good day to you, Mr. Jeffrey.
Mr. Callender.
Sergeant Horsburgh. I can't tell you how relieved I am to see you.
Damn you, Callender, I knew you'd strike out on your own. I've been asking around about you.
Lies, all lies.
Something wrong?
Stubbs in his damn press guy. Look at me, I'm shaking.
There's an oyster bar outside the gates. Come on.
I was not going behind your back. It's my investigation.
And mine too. So, did you learn anything from Jeffrey?
Something and nothing. Well, he was fine until he heard my name, at which point his knees went from under him.
That floor of his is notorious.
Funny he seems so nonchalant about such a quantity of spillage. Price he charges for a bottle of his nectar of the gods.
So that's it? His knees buckled?
Something else. He kept getting my name wrong.
So?
I seem so sharp otherwise. Very confident, a good head for business. Those in the selling game are at their best with names. Every name is a potential customer either now or in the future.
So why did he get your name wrong?
To make me think it didn't matter to him.
Whereas in reality you do?
I don't know. Maybe I slipped up my cellar and made myself get his name wrong.
So he knows you're wise to him?
Aye.
Who's she?
Who's who?
The young lady over there. The one you keep staring at. Or is it the man she's with?
Aye, it's the man. It's the man she's with.
Well, you know him. Well, then let's go across.
All right. Oh, he's a shrewd one, Sergeant. It says promotion in your future. You're right to say that I know her, in truth.
Collie. What is it? Spit it out, man. Dear God, he's turning blue. Hold on, Collie.
Look, help him, he's choking.
I'm doing my best.
Harder.
You can stop pumping my back.
Your face is like beetroot. I thought we were losing you.
Thanks, Mary.
Mary, is it?
Have we met before, soldier? I'm sure I'd remember.
No. Well, I saw you earlier at the dockside. And now Mr. Callender here is going to explain what's going on before I pick up that morsel of potato and wedge it back in his craw.
Wayne, for God's sake.
Mr. Ballantyne, what happened?
A demonstration against the call-up. There must have been 200 or 300 of us. Soldiers attacked. I saw bodies. A life running out of them. Dear God.
This is not good.
Ian was with me, but then I lost him.
The soldiers took him?
I don't know. I ran for my life.
I'll have no customers left at this rate.
You'll wait till they come back for the wars, pockets jangling with gold.
Aye, and missing half their limbs. Tell me, sir, why are you holding on to that piece of potato?
To force a confession out of Callender here. Well, Cully.
I'm going mad. They slaughter us with swords and muskets, and you're threatening Cully with a tatty.
Mr. Cullen.
Not here, Sergeant. Let's walk.
It's an incredible story.
Mm-hmm.
Dead slaves, sunken ships. Cully, you met this creature in the madhouse. You sure that's not where she resides?
Discover for yourself when you speak to her. You know, you could help Miss Merrily greatly.
Help her how?
You're in the town guard. You have powers. You can make inquiries in Glasgow.
And leave you here to curry favour with the Lord Provost? No, Cully, I'll be staying put if you don't mind.
Suit yourself. Here we are.
St. Bernard's Well's a curious choice for a rendezvous.
It's quiet. And after the oysters and wine, this Spring water is a definite restorative.
Who's this?
Ah, Lord Bono.
Hey. Calendar, is it? Newly drummed out of the company of caddies.
On false charges, my lord.
You were the one who stole from the minister?
No, Sergeant. I'm merely the dupe found guilty of the act. What brings you here, Lord Monboddo?
Oh, this damn pig. Ever since Gardenston died, it gives me no rest without a daily visit to his shrine.
Very well.
Built my Lord Gardenston in thanks for his long Bacchus-worshipping life. Why did he have to keep a pig as his pet? Why not a monkey or a cat?
You fancy a monkey, my lord?
They're like having one's grandmother on a leash.
Lord Monboddo has a theory that we are descended from the apes.
Hang it, man, it's verifiable.
You have proof?
A conspiracy of midwives defeats me, sir. They snip off our tails at birth.
Snip off our tails, eh?
Come on then, pig. Let's walk on. Your master's here only in spirit.
Talking of spirit, my lord, before you go, you were friendly with Dr. Monroe, I believe.
Aye, I was.
And like him, you enjoy your wine.
I host the occasional dinner, nothing too fancy. You should see the pig's party trick, Cully. He knocks back a bumper of fine claret. Only the best for Gardenston swine.
Did you ever buy from Mr. Jeffrey?
Well, of course.
And do you fear, sir?
For what, sir?
Well, there have been 2 murders. 2 thefts of the very best bottles.
I've stout locks on my cellar door, and the pig's sleeping outside. Any noise, he'll see the ruffians off.
We'll become ham hocks in the process.
Hold on, hold up there, now.
Goodbye, my lord. Enjoy the rest of your walk.
Bedlam has lost another patient.
When you're as rich as Monboddo, you're nearly eccentric.
Who was that?
Jane. That was Lord Monboddo. You know him?
Have you any news?
Well, it's
And Sergeant Horsborough. Well, this is indeed a surprise.
Calendar has been explaining to me
That was to be our secret.
Oh, you can trust Sergeant Horsborough, Jane. I'm sure of that. And he could prove invaluable.
In what capacity?
Tell us, Sergeant.
Well, aye. That is to say, Cully here...
Oh, the Sergeant has agreed to make a few inquiries in Glasgow.
Accompanying yourself?
Well, as I said, Jane, there are other pressing matters.
But you promised
And
me...
I stand by that promise. I have a spy working at the docks.
A spy?
A woman of
resources. She's asking questions about your brother, though a clearer description might help.
There's a portrait on the wall of our drawing room.
It would take too long to fetch from Glasgow. Perhaps if I sat you down with an artist, he might make a sketch.
Would I have to go alone? I feel so absolutely without friends in this place.
You've got Cully and myself.
Yes, Sergeant, and in that I'm blessed. But William, maybe... I feel such a responsibility
Here, try to sip some water. Here, dab some on your face. That's better. Now, sit down and let me ask you a few questions. Always supposing that you feel well enough.
I'm fine.
Now, your brother arrived in town with his business partners.
Yes.
Their names?
Wilson and McGowan.
And where were they staying?
Lodgings on the high street. I don't know the exact address.
But Wilson and McGowan would know.
I could write to them.
Then do so. And tell me, they'd lost their friend, but still they returned to the West Coast.
Well, they thought he'd returned ahead of schedule. Perhaps an emergency.
And when he disappeared, did he take any of his things?
Not that I know of. His trunk was still in his room. Oh, that's why I panicked when they came asking for him.
Well, I think it'd be best if Sergeant Horsborough talked to Wilson and McGowan both. Can you give him their addresses?
Certainly.
And the ship your brother was here to buy?
What of it?
What was his name?
I'd have to ask in Glasgow.
You can't remember?
I think it was the Argus.
The Argus? Sailing out of Leith?
I think so. Oh, Cully, I'll go mad if I don't find him.
No word of him at all.
Cully, I've spent all day down there. Sailors, boat menders, dock workers. There's not a man I haven't talked to.
Aye, and a few you've done a bit more with.
I earned every last groat. Here, put that in the champion for me.
Oh, you're wasting our money.
It's mine to waste, isn't it, Sergeant Horsborough? Oh, and another jug of wine while you're at it. Here, have another glass. Look, he's practically giving us stuff away.
I've had plenty.
Look, what's wrong with you? You used to be fun. Can't you take one night off, or wouldn't Jane approve?
Somebody must have seen him. He was there to look at the Argus.
The what?
A ship. It's for sale.
Now, well, the sergeant's enjoying himself. He knows you can't be working all God's hours.
No, he better have fun while he can. He's been for Glasgow first thing.
And how did you engineer that?
He couldn't refuse Jane.
And what about you, Cully? Has she cast a spell on you too?
You know me better than that.
Do I? I'm beginning to wonder. Come on, champion! Win this is the berry!
Come on!
Maggie. Maggie Kirk. The devil are you? Maggie? Shh. Sorry. Back to sleep. Where is she? Maggie? Is that you? What are you doing there?
I'm listening to the dead. Put your ear to the floor.
I have problems enough with the living. Maggie, I wanted to ask you something. They say you're a witch.
They say lots of things.
Aye, and the most part of them false, I don't doubt. But listen, Maggie, have you ever heard of stabbing a man in the heart, then laying his body in the shape of the cross?
Feet apart.
Together. And a dribble of wine in either palm. Have you ever come across that? Maggie.
Shh. They're telling me something.
Maggie, there's no one there.
The dead have voices.
A drop of wine on the hands, Maggie.
Means nothing to me.
What's happening here? Hi, Dr. Kant. Good evening to you.
Evening? It's the middle of... Mr. Callender, what are you doing?
Maggie and I have been catching up on old news, Ken.
Stand up, Maggie.
But
Get up, woman! I've a nice wee cell for you, well away from your voices. You can listen out all you like. And as for you, Callender...
There's some problem, Dr. Kant.
Guards!
Dr. Kant?
Escort Mr. Callender to the outside world.
What?
And stick this one in one of the cells.
Dr.
A
Kant...
longer stay can be arranged, but I doubt you'd enjoy it.
They'll come for me. For all of us. They're coming.
Off with a pair of you.
Come on, get your hands off me.
Interfering meddler. Let's have a listen. Oh, God, I can hear them. Be silent, will you? God's pity on me. God's pity on me.
If I can get close enough to butt in, I'll be quite happy, gentlemen. Here comes Callender now.
Good morning to you, Lord Provost.
And good morning to you, Cully.
Good shot, sir.
Si, bravo.
Cully, you already know Dr. Kant.
Indeed.
And this is Signor Brusci, our very welcome visitor from Italy, where he's known as the Veronese master.
I have some little reputation.
I didn't know you played, Provost.
Golf isn't a game, Cully.
Then what is it?
Two things, commerce and an excuse. A links such as this is a fine place in which to conduct business, and at the same time the game provides an excuse for getting away from the rigours of both office and the gentler sex. Is that your ball, Signor Brusci?
Grazie.
The Signor has only just been introduced to the game.
What brings him to Scotland?
Oh, he's here to paint the portraits of a fortunate few.
Including yourself?
I'll have the pleasure of sitting for it. He has painted kings and queens, statesmen of a dozen nations.
Can we expect a portrait of yourself, Dr. Kant?
Signor Brusci has been kind enough to offer a sitting.
Cully, Dr. Kant has made a complaint to me.
I don't doubt it.
You broke into the madhouse last night.
A lapse of security.
We do not look for people breaking in, Mr. Callender.
Nicely played, Signor. Oh, Juice will be here all day. Your turn, Doctor.
Provost, you said I'd have carte blanche around the city.
I didn't say you could go bothering my golfing partners.
Or is it just scared them, Doctor?
Oh, sliced it.
Damn you, Callender. Lord Provost, I demand...
Callender, that was irresponsible. Now, apologise to the Doctor.
I'll be happy to. as soon as he's answered my question.
Oh, be off with you.
Is there some debate of the rules?
A moment, Signor. I'll just take my shot. Cully, there was another attempt last night. No blood spilt this time, thank God. And all thanks to a pig.
Monboddo?
Aye, Provost! Your ball! She falls into a hole!
That, sir, is the object of the game.
Monboddo's pig?
Go talk to the man. And for God's sake, steer clear of Cant and his bedlamites. There's nothing for you there. Now, do you heed? And Cullender, you've had 3 days. Only 2 more to go. Now, Senior Brushy, your shot, sir.
I was hosting a dinner party and Gardenston's pig raised the alarm and chased off the miscreants. We found tools by the cellar door, all down to you, piggy?
Lord Monboddo, my lord, do you always take your baths in the lawn?
Aye, when the weather permits.
Your tail's on the wrong way,
It's the best thing for you, refreshes the spirit and body both. You know, it's an extraordinary coincidence, isn't it? Only yesterday you were warning me to be on my guard.
Yes, my lord, as you say, extraordinary.
And as I foretold, the pig came to the rescue. Here, fetch that bottle over.
Where's your glass?
Oh, it's not for me, man. It's for the hero of the hour.
The pig?
His party trick. And a discerning palate he has. Pour it into that dish. Hey, that's enough, Cully. Lafitte. It's a bit young, but I don't suppose he'll mind.
The same vintage as was taken from Monroe's cellar.
Now, watch this. Come on, piggy.
He doesn't seem keen, my lord.
That's curious. I thought I'd found his reward.
Perhaps a cabbage.
No, but he loves his claret. He's obviously more of a connoisseur than I'd imagined.
Aye, Lord Monboddo. Maybe he is at that.
Where's my robe? Can you hand it to me?
Quick as you can, my lord. I think the pig has seen something it mistakes for a comestible.
Well, I had a tail like you once, pig. We all did. Shaven monkeys, that's what we are, Calendar. No better than orangutans. What are y'all looking at? Can a man have a bath in peace? Oh, what's this world coming to? Pig! Bring me that belt back here! Hey, come back here!
The chin a bit squarer.
More square?
Not so swarthy. William is anything but swarthy.
Excuse me, my lady. Where I am from, we all have golden skin. Yours is pale as porcelain and just as fine.
Why, thank you, Signor Bruschi. Cully, where did you find this delightful man?
What about the hair, Jane?
He's done that very well.
Oh, mille grazie, madame.
The eyes aren't bad either.
He's only a sketch, you understand. With my oils...
We understand.
A slight cleft to the chin.
He's a handsome young man.
Yes, isn't he?
You have other sisters or brothers?
Just my mother. Oh, I meant to tell you. I've had a note. Mamma has worried herself into a sickbed.
You're returning to Glasgow?
Oh, Cully, I must. And I know that with you here and this portrait to help
It's
you...
more a sketch than a portrait, madame. If I were to spend more time with you...
Time is the one thing we don't have. Signor Bruschi, will you leave us a moment?
As you wish. If I might just say one thing... I'd like you to sit for me sometime, my lady. Yes? Beauty such as yours should be captured for all eternity, and only an artist can deny time's
Thank you,
victory.
Signor Bruschi. Jane, there's something I should tell you.
No, please don't. Just hold me.
I'm sorry, Jane. Please forgive me.
For kissing me? I enjoyed it. I'd like to enjoy it some more. I hope you don't think the less of me.
could hardly think more of you, Jane.
I fear Mary would not approve.
Who's Mary?
Why, Cully, are you equally dismissive of all your lovers?
I would never dismiss you. I'm just relieved you didn't receive your mother's note earlier. You might ended up sharing the journey with Horsborough.
Why, Cully, don't you trust me?
It's the sergeant I don't trust. When does your coach leave?
This afternoon, but I must pack.
I could help. I'm good at packing.
You are?
Everything in its place. No space left unused.
That's the kind of packing I admire. I'm useless myself.
I could teach you.
I suppose mastery of the craft takes years of practice.
First lesson is the one that counts.
I suppose we might have time for a lesson. It's very like him.
I'll find them, Jane. If it takes the last breath of my body.
Oh, don't say that. But remember, dearest Cully, the men who took my brother...
I can look after myself.
I don't doubt it, but all the same...
Be careful. Oh, Jane.
Cully, not in front of Signor Bruschi.
I am an artist, my lady. I have seen everything this life has to offer. Will my little sketch suffice?
Perfectly. You have my admiration.
Ah, delightful. Only one thing could please me more.
What's that?
Mere admiration buys few meals in this town, my lady.
I don't think payment will be necessary, do you, Signor?
Cully, that is for me to decide.
Explain yourself, sir.
It would take me a bit of time to prove it. We could save all that bother if you'll just tell us where you really hail from, Signor Veronese Master.
What are you saying?
In my line of work, I come up against every type of charlatan and trickster. Now, I could always take my suspicions to the provost. He would have you ply your trade in the walls of the Tolbooth while he made his inquiries. Or you could tell us right now.
I'm from Selkirk originally.
Signor Bruschi.
It's Bush, actually, Alexander Bush. But I have spent time in Verona.
You didn't get that tanned in Selkirk. And your accent's a work of art in itself.
Well, artists from abroad seem to be more highly regarded.
And there's less chance of being pressed into service against the French.
What are you going to do?
Oh, that's up to you, my friend. If, say, you made a gift or a sketch...
Oh, gladly.
Then we might be of a mind to say nothing. But tell me something. Is your golf game really that bad?
I could have beaten a pair of them with my eyes shut.
And the doctor can't say anything about me.
He made it clear you'd not be welcome in his sight. I meant what I said about painting you.
And about my skin being like porcelain.
Well, Signor Bruschi is much more confident than I. He says what he feels.
Mr. Bush, you are Signor Bruschi.
Aye. I suppose I am at that.
One thing. When you come to paint the provost, be sure not to overlook that escarpment he calls a nose.
When you're ready, coachman.
Way up there! Jane! Jane, wait, will you? Wait a second!
Damnation. Goodbye, Jane, my love. Here, Watty, hold on there.
Cully.
You're trying to avoid me, Watty.
Mr. Linklater says you're a disgrace to the order.
And you believe him? We were caddies together when we were bairns, Watty.
Aye, that was then. This is now. Any of us found talking to you, Linklater says we'll be up before him.
The man carries his grudges.
So if you'll excuse me...
Now, just a moment. Have you seen this man? He was in town last weekend.
The face is familiar.
You've seen him?
Oh, I'm sure of it. I can't quite put a name to it.
James Merrily.
No, that's not right.
What then?
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Stick out your tongue then, I'll snip the name off.
I'm doing my best.
Sorry, Watty. Have you seen him lately?
I think so. I'll tell you who I haven't seen. Your friend Valentine. He never misses a meeting of the weekly club, but according to Mr. Scott, last night he did.
The soldiers have him?
That's what I hear.
Oh, you'd do well to heed Linklater's advice, Watty. It seems all my friends have a way of disappearing. Listen, did you have any dealings with the Reverend Wiley?
The man you done?
Aye.
I didn't want me.
Didn't he want you?
A friend of his had given him your name.
He never mentioned that.
As soon as he got off the coach, I was on him. Did he need a caddy? Did he have lodgings? But all he wanted to know was where he could find Cullender the caddy, as if the rest of us weren't worth the time.
I thought we'd met by accident.
Oh, no accident. I described you. I told him where you'd be.
Nae accident.
Ah, but dinna go blaming me. I didn't pocket anybody's timepiece.
Indeed you didn't, Watty. Indeed you didn't.
Any man, Jack, if you think he's up to the task? Let the cowards sit in their corners with the rats and spiders. It's heroes I'm wanting. Come on, who's with me?
More wine, lucky here.
Oh, I had my fill.
As have I. But I'm a long way from stopping. Mr. William Merrily, lucky.
Striking young man.
A face not easily forgotten, eh?
Aye.
Only Watty seems to have laid eyes on him.
He looks like somebody.
His sister says he went to Leith. Whose word does she have for that? I'll tell you. Messrs. Wilson and McGowan, Merrily's own business partners.
You think they've done away with him?
I begin to fear he won't be found alive. Now, old Horsborough's canny enough to ask the right questions. Damn him. I wanted him away from here. Now he's in the same city as dear Jane. Oh, Jane.
Ah, you've got it bad, Cully.
She's done something with my head. So I'm spellbound.
Oh, here. Another glass.
Is this your special wine, Lucky?
Special? No, it's the same stuff I always get.
From Mr. Jeffrey.
Aye, that's right.
I was down there the other day. Told one of his men you wanted another case of the special.
Oh, cheap is what he means.
Well, the stuff I'm drinking. It's cheap. And not vinegar.
Oh, it's decent enough claret.
How can you sell it so cheaply? I thought we were at war with France.
I know better than to ask.
Smuggling?
Oh, just drink, Cully, and be thankful for it.
That's it, Calendar. Another bumper won't do any harm.
Indeed no.
Leave the man be.
Tell me, Stubbs, is this man one of your recruits?
If he's a man of sense, he will be.
You don't know?
Finish your glass. Plenty to drink in His Majesty's forces, eh, lads? Every night, Calendar, and not a penny to pay.
I said leave him be.
Got women fighting your battles for you. Be a man. Drink up. Here, tobacco. Fill your pipe.
Man doesn't smoke.
I'll be back in a minute.
Cully, you've got to get away. Where are your friends?
Ian and Valentine. Soldiers took them.
Surely not.
Maybe Stubbs is right.
You'd leave Mary. What'd she say?
Mary? There's something I have to tell her. Has she been in?
Ah, she's avoiding me. Rent's due and today's the day.
She's never late with her rent.
I know. Listen, it's a good room at a good price. Plenty of girls will have it if she won't.
She's been working down in Leith.
Well, I was expecting her at 6 and it's past 9 now.
Dear God, not Mary too.
Are you all right?
Mortal danger. I said it myself. Mortal danger. And I sent her out there. I have to find her, Lucky. No time to lose.
Steady there.
Made up your mind? Good man. Here, let me give you a hand.
And here's my hand.
What the devil are you waiting for? Get after him!
Has anybody seen Mary?
No.
Huh? Have you seen her?
No.
Oh, dear Lord, she Kate, is that you?
Cully, looking for company.
I'm looking for Mary.
Aye, she's no hero, I am. What'd you say? Nothing better after a few drinks.
I need to find her. I think she's... Oh, Lord, it's all my fault.
She's what? You're not making any sense.
Now, you're right. Maybe Bedlam's the place for me. I'd be safe enough there, eh?
Ah, Mr. Cullen.
Well, I have to go. If you see her, tell her I must speak with her.
I'll tell her, but
Stop him! A bottle of whiskey to the first man to bring him down.
McKechnie! Aren't you supposed to be helping in Shed 7? Tompkins, lively on your feet, man. Let's see if we can finish this load by Hugman,
Good day to you, sir.
You again? Not still looking for Mr. Jeffrey?
No, not today.
What's up with you, man? You look like you slept in those clothes.
If only I had. Sleep, sir, is just one more thing I'm lacking. I'm sure at 2 this morning, the place was dead.
Well, it's been some time since Leith walked round the clock. Now, Port Glasgow on the
I
other
was
hand.
looking for a young woman. You remember the day before yesterday? She was standing over there.
Wrapped around McKechnie?
Would you happen to have seen her since?
I'd remember if I had. I mean, she's not a bad looking piece
Well,
for a...
thanks, anyway.
There's no point headed that way.
Huh?
Jeffrey's premises are closed.
Closed?
Aye. His men turned up for work this morning. There was no one to let them in.
An illness, perhaps?
Dunno ken. But if it is, it's a travelling sickness. He was seen mounting a coach, and in somewhat of a hurry.
Cully!
Here's your damn horse. You fit? I don't want him dying under me.
The best the town guard has to offer. Oh, though why it had to be one of their horses.
I have my reasons, Lord Provost.
Well, I've given my word you'll bring him back in one piece. Cully, you will be coming back.
You can trust me, Provost. I'm your man, remember.
I'll hunt you down if I have to.
You may have to form a queue behind Stubbs.
Forget Stubbs, just finish your task.
Aye, Lord Provost.
Be careful in Glasgow, Cully. The West Coasters lack our refinements and sensibilities. And remember, if I have to come and find you, I'll have you hung, drawn and quartered and feed your liver to Monbuddo's pig.
Collie, the devil are you doing here?
Looking for you, Sergeant Horsburgh. You're trying to track down a couple of shipping merchants. I deduced you'd come to the city's shipping office.
You've come a long way for nothing. Here, let's sit down.
I prefer to stand. So, you say my trip's been in vain?
I've questioned everyone, Cully. Wilson and McGowan. No one's ever heard of them. The address Miss Merrily gave for them, there's no one living there. The harbour master showed me a list of transactions for the past 12 months. No mention of them.
And they're not shipping agents.
So who are they?
A question only 3 men can answer. 2 of them being the wretches themselves.
And the third?
Mr. James Merrily.
This is him.
A fair likeness, according to Jane.
But this is a joke, isn't it?
How do you mean, sir?
It's you, Cully.
Eh?
I mean, it's a younger you. Well, isn't it? Granted, the artist has made some embellishments.
What he said he recognised the face.
This was drawn from Jane's description of her brother. Then there are 3 options possible. 1, she's infatuated with you. 2, that the artist finds you strangely attractive.
And 3?
Mr. James Merrily and yourself were separated at birth.
I need to think about this.
I know a couple of decent house. Is your horse outside?
Stabled. Probably every bit as sore as I.
Well, the inns around here are seething. Would you better to head
I know it's all the activity. What's going on?
Several ships are ready to sail. Some for the Indies and Americas, others for Africa. I passed one of them, the Argus. Hard to imagine that a contraption of planks and canvas will carry men halfway round the globe.
Halfway round Scotland is quite far enough for me. Did you say Argus?
That's right.
Here?
Well, what's wrong?
That's a ship James Merrily was enlisted to inspect.
Are you sure?
What's the name Jane gave? And do you not remember? At the well? Perhaps you were preoccupied.
You're sure she said Argus?
I could ask her.
She's in Glasgow.
Damn it. I don't even know where she lives.
We could find her.
Well, of course we could. We've proven ourselves in that department, haven't we?
Well, hang it all, Cully. If men don't exist, we can hardly be expected to find them.
Dear God. Dear God. Is that the answer?
Is what the answer?
Only one way to find out. The Argus, Sergeant. You lead the way. Watch yourself. This gangplank's shakier than my nerves.
I always feared one day I'd walk the plank.
I'm glad you retain a sense of humour.
Perhaps this isn't so wise. We should alert the authorities. Let them deal with it.
Time. I'm making ready to sail.
Any sign of the captain? I've no appetite to wake up in the Carolinas, Cully.
Don't worry. I'll see that we're not detained.
Can I persuade you to change your mind about that, Mr. Cullender?
Mr. Jeffrey. No difficulty this time with my name.
No need for the pistol, son.
Perhaps not.
Stand in front of so many witnesses.
My men, Cullender. Hand-picked a lot of them, like fine Bordeaux grapes. There's someone below who wants to see you.
And if we refuse?
You've stepped off Scotland, sir. You're in my domain now. Besides, I promise you the trip below will be well worth your while. Come on. Stop at the bottom.
All hands at the ready!
Bid farewell to your native country, gentlemen. In here.
Jane.
Oh, Cully.
Oh, thank God you're all right. What happened to Mary?
The blow knocked her unconscious.
Blow? Jeffrey, you devil.
Careful what you say, Mr. Cullender.
Easy, Cully.
Sound advice, Sergeant.
Has he harmed you, Jane?
I'm all right.
Of course she is.
All these wine barrels.
And empty bottles. Hundreds of them.
Hundreds indeed.
You killed Gillis and Monroe.
Why had help?
Who?
A smuggler. Name of Blackie Bird.
Blackie Bird doesn't exist.
She's coming round.
Be so good as to step over here, Miss Merrily.
Jane, stay where you are.
What happened? You!
Mary, are you all right?
No thanks to her.
I didn't understand.
I do.
Oh, bravo, Sergeant. You do your profession proud. A new beginning, Blackie.
You're Blackie Bird?
In the flesh. Now, if you'll excuse us, we've work to do. I'm impressed you made it this far, Cullender. But it makes you all so much easier to dispose of once we're in mid-Atlantic.
Overboard, and there's an end to it. Come on, Blackie, my love. I'll be back to deal with you when the fish need feeding.
What a fool I've been.
I'm not sure I understand.
Monboddo's pig wouldn't drink Lafitte precisely because it wasn't a Lafitte. The fashion for laying down wines means anything in the right bottle can be passed off as its label, and the buyer won't be any the wiser for the next 10 years or so.
Geoffrey told me a Bordeaux trader had come to town saying some bottles were ready for drinking earlier than expected.
Meaning the fake bottles would be opened and their secret revealed. Cheap wine and expensive raiment. Geoffrey and his Blackie had to get those bottles back.
And that's why there was so much cheap claret in the house. They were selling it on.
Now they've been found out, they're off to America to start afresh. Plenty of gullible plantation owners keen for acknowledgement as a new beau monde.
Well, we're underway. What are we going to do?
Next stop, the Atlantic.
I have to say this of Blackie. She's clever. Hilda was asking questions, came up with a story to keep me preoccupied. Drowned slaves.
Well, I'm glad you're so cheerful.
Oh, I'm always cheerful, especially when I've been taken for a fool. Right, drag those barrels over to the wall.
Why?
Because we need a shield. No more questions. There isn't a moment to lose. Here, help me. And leave enough space for us to hide behind.
Hide? But they know we're in here.
It's not them we're hiding from.
What then?
I should do it. Mary, hand me the lantern.
I still don't see...
A pipe? You're lighting a pipe?
You swore to me you'd stop, Cully.
Can you think of a better time to begin again? Besides, I need something to light the fuse.
A grenade?
Taken from your own store, Sergeant. Now, I'll place it by the door, and in a few moments, there'll be nothing but a doorway.
A grenade? Let me see.
Behind the barrels, Mary.
It looks small enough.
Big noises come in small parcels. Sergeant, how long will the fuse take?
What's that sound?
Where's Mary?
Mary! You idiot! You've hauled the ship! And the door's still standing! What do?
Don't panic, man. Mary! It's time to bung the hole.
With what?
Our clothes! Come on! Strip off! Mary! Damn the smallest won't work for long.
Mary! Someone's coming! What in God's name? Damn you! What have you done?
Wouldn't make it out of the Clyde now, Mr. Jeffrey. Never mind to the Americas. Better turn this hulk around.
We can make repairs.
Better be quick about it. These clothes won't stop the breach.
No, but a couple of bodies might. Where's the slattern?
Blown to smithereens, damn you.
You and your grenade.
Well, wherever she is, prepare to meet her.
Ah! Mary! Where did you spring from?
I was blown behind those barrels. Oh, Cully, what have you done?
I thought I'd lost you.
Oh, nice to know you still care.
At least the door's open now.
No, we can't leave him.
He'd have left us.
I'm bringing him.
Sit yourself. Come on, Mary. This way.
The boats have been launched.
How are we going to get off?
Let me think.
Cullender, what have you done with them? What have you done to the
He'll
ship?
have to cheat again. You're tough on the other hand. I fear the plug's been pulled. Sergeant, put him down. That's an order.
But drop him, he'll go overboard.
And if you don't, you both will. He's twice a murderer.
It must be tried and reported.
Interfere.
Jump for it, Mary!
I can't swim!
Plenty of barrels, hang on to one! Go on, woman!
True steel against a length of wood. I like these odds.
No slave ship, no Merrily. You tell a good yarn, Blackie.
I have to in my game.
Funny, really. I also say you didn't exist. I was one of them. And at the same time, you snare me by having me believe in a fiction.
Not the first time I've snared a man. 2 more strokes, and you'll be defending yourself with a splint.
Well, I'm sure you forgive me if I excuse myself.
Calendar! Can you
Nothing cowardly about it. You swam to shore.
Held onto a barrel and kicked.
No, Lord Provost. Scusi. Please to keep the head still.
Like this, Signor Brushy.
Grazie.
Hosper and Mary, all right.
Recovering.
And Geoffrey.
Horsburgh pulled him all the way to shore, just so the devil could be tried and hanged.
Sergeant Horsburgh has standards, Scully.
Yeah.
Notwithstanding the fact that he scrambled ashore naked from the waist down, leaving only Blackie Bird unaccounted for, eh? No sign of a body?
None.
Blackie Bird, a woman?
Will I be reinstated?
I should think you will.
And are you ready to own up?
To what?
Are you sure you want to discuss this in front of our Veronese master?
I am artist. We hear nothing. Our eyes we use only.
Besides, our accent defeats him, apparently.
As you wish, Provost. I was asking if you were ready to own up to putting the whole thing together. You and Linklater. Not that he'd have needed much persuading.
How the devil did you find?
Oh, thank Blackie Bird. See, she conjured up a history that didn't exist. I've encountered a few of those lately. Oh, sorry, Signor Bruschi.
Prego.
That's not a bad likeness. I began to wonder who might have done the same in my case. My conclusion, the only one possible, was that the Reverend Wiley did not exist, just like William Merrily. What do you say, Provost?
Go on.
Well, recuperating in Glasgow, I was able to describe Reverend Wiley to a theatre manager. He gave me a name, Thomas Dalrymple, an unemployed actor who'd only been too glad of some work. You needed a hold over me.
Would you have done my bidding otherwise?
You know the answer to that.
I thought it was quite ingenious.
I'm sure we can all agree with that. Eh, Signor Bruschi?
Non comprendo. I need to concentrate.
Don't bother the man, Cully. He's an artist.
A bit more work needed on the face, Signor. That central feature requires more paint, in my opinion. And don't be niggardly.
Oh, damn it, man. Don't crowd him. Eh? The thing is, Cully, my little scheme worked. And now we can all feel vindicated. I'm sorry if your nose was put out of joint, but it was all in a good cause.
Keep up the good work, Signor Bruschi.
All forgiven? Ah, good. Now, come along. There's an open bottle here.
From any particular cellar? No. With respect, Provost, I've matters elsewhere.
Oh?
After what I've been through, a trip to Bedlam should seem like a country ramble.
How long have you known?
Almost from the start.
I don't believe you.
Believe what you like, Dr. Kant.
What gave me away?
We knew you were hiding something. And when Maggie Kirk started raving about voices below ground, recently I began to pay more attention to the stories I'm told, no matter how outlandish.
Careful with the lamp. The steps get narrow here.
I didn't know you had cellars.
Well, nor does anyone. That's the beauty. Hang on, I need to...
Good day to you all. Ian, I thought they'd dragged you off to fight. And Mr. Ballantyne, the house has seemed a desolate place without you.
Oh, Cully, is the fighting finished?
Not that I've heard. Bonaparte to Sardinia and Austria looks next. But you can't mean to stay down here forever.
Only till Stubbs and his gang head off to do their infernal work elsewhere. People get scared, Mr. Cullender. They seek sanctuary where they can find it.
But what sort of maniac would look for it?
One place the press gangs don't go, Cully. They only want the sane to fight their battles. Nice point, don't you think? And one that has provided me with a theme for a poem. Could you hold that lantern close? Robert Ferguson died in Bedlam. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Some of our greatest poets have been mad.
And some of our worst.
'Neath Bedlam's roof beams we hear their cries, their coughs and splutters and their sighs. From dawn all through the clock still hours, we hear them yelp 'neath ice-cold showers. But who is mad and who is sane?
Is there any hope for him, Doctor?
Well, poetry, I'm afraid, is one affliction we can't yet cure.
Well, here's some medicine for you.
Hey! Cully! Did you do that? Oh, mercy, man, it's pitch black. Cully! Cully, come back here, it's all right. I have the lines memorised. Cully! Cully!
Mary, are you asleep still? Oh, what a day I've had of it. And you too, poor soul. I blame myself. Mary. Mary, are you all right? You.
I had to see you, Cully. Aren't you pleased to see me?
Where's Mary?
Out plying her trade. I saw her leave and decided to wait for you here. Safer than on the street. Don't I get a kiss?
You tried to kill me.
In the heat of the moment.
Your arm. What happened?
A scratch. Shame to lose the ship. The fish will be filling their stomachs with claret.
Jeffrey will be hanged.
Of course.
Tell me one thing. The way the bodies were laid out.
The first was accidental. Then the story started. I saw an opportunity to muddy the waters and laid Munro out the same way. I always take my opportunities, Cully.
I believed your story.
Well, no reason why you shouldn't. It's true, after all. Oh, yes. Happened a couple of years back. The ship's still there, somewhere not too far from the Argus, and still full of drowned slaves. 'Twas a brilliant scheme, don't you think?
Devious, certainly.
Oh, but I am devious, Cully. Devious and successful. A bit like yourself.
Oh, I fear I'm a simple creature compared to you, Blackie.
You made it as far as the ship. You scuppered the whole plan. Cully, I need a new partner. There are fools still to be gulled, pockets to be relieved of their silver. The two of us, Cully. Think about it.
And we'd be lovers too?
I'd like that.
As Jeffrey and you were lovers?
He was half the man you are. Cully, we'd be sensational. You'd know we would. I can see it in your eyes. Kiss me. Seal the contract.
Mary won't be all night. You'd best leave.
Are you sure?
I'll thank you to go.
You want me to stay. Partners, Cully, for life.
An all too brief life, no doubt. Goodbye, Blackie.
Goodbye, Cully. Perhaps we'll meet again someday.
Not if you value your neck.
A nation of heroes will be. Join up and be a man. Prove yourself to your womenfolk and children. Come on, who's with us?
Perfect.
Good evening to you, my lady. Any man would be proud to join up to save her honour. You want Bonaparte trundling in here with his... Oh! Who is that? Show yourself! Which one of you? You're cowards, the lot of you! What are you laughing at? I'll have you all flogged! I'll be back, damn you! This city deserves to fall! And the lot of you with it! My word!
Did you see that, Cully? It was you.
Guilty, Mary. Guilty as charged. Now, what's my sentence to be, eh?
I'll need to think. There are other charges outstanding against the prisoner. Falling in love with Blackie Bird.
She never meant anything to me, Mary.
Oh, well, she's gone now, isn't she? Gone for good.
For good. Aye.
She did have you fooled, though.
I'm forced to admit it. Is the court in a mood for clemency?
That may depend on the prisoner's future conduct.
Oh, the prisoner has learned his lesson.
And throws himself on the mercy of the court?
Given the chance.
Then approach the bench.
Drowned the sailors, drowned the wine. O don your dark apparel. Our most affordable claret departed every barrel. The fish now swim within the Clyde and drink their merry fill until the tide throws them ashore right full up to the gills. Gills. Nice pun there, Mr. Ballantyne. The day's now done, my quill fatigued, the bottle drained quite dry. At times like these I find a tear appearing in my eye. But let me not the salt tear drop, or wail and greet and moan, but toast all those who spend their days in dear old Caledon. Ea.
In The Third Gentleman, Cully was played by Alexander Morton, with Wendy Seeger as Mary, Douglas Russell as Sergeant Horsburgh, Cara Kelly as Blackie Bird, John Buick as Geoffrey and Lord Monboddo, Monica Gibb as Maggie Kirk, Simon Tate as Dr. Cant, Robin Thompson as the Lord Provost, and Stephen McNichol as Ballantyne and Signor Bruschi. The Third Gentleman was written by Ian Rankin and directed in our Edinburgh studios by Patrick Rayner.
We present Leave It to the Hangman, a play for broadcasting by Bill Knox from his own novel of the same name. John Kilburn and Patrick Kilburn. The sentence of this court is that you will be taken from this place to the prison of Barlinnie at Glasgow, to be detained until the 15th day of May, and on that day, within the said prison, and between the hours of 8 and 10 a.m., suffer death by hanging. This pronounced for doom.
Come in. Here's the Kilburn file, sir. Oh, thanks, son. Have you seen Inspector Moss about? He's in the duty room, Chief Inspector. Well, chase him in, will you? Yes, certainly. Morning, Colin. You want me? Hi, Phil. Shut the door, will you? Got trouble? What else? Do you remember the Kilburns? The Kilburns? Aye. 5 years ago, wasn't it? Uh-huh. Father and son shot a uniformed man while resisting arrest. It was a strange one. Fingerprints of both on the gun, but we didn't know who fired it. Yes, it looked like a double hanging. Aye. Kilburn Sr. confessed at the last minute. He took the 8 o'clock walk, and the son got off with life. That's it. Patrick Kilburn's in the open prison near Perth. Oh, this is a copy of a note he found in his bunk. How it got there is our puzzle. You have stolen 5 years. Now you will be killed, and the reckoning will be paid. Melodramatic stuff. Stolen 5 years. Reckoning will be paid. Could be a crank. Aye, maybe. What's Kilburn's reaction? Very unhappy. Phil, there's a train north at 12:15. That's half an hour from now. We'll eat aboard. Oh, railway meals play hell with my ulcer. Don't you ever want to live dangerously? I just want to live. Yeah, well, not a bad lunch. Could have been worse. Coffee, sir? Oh, black, please. Certainly, sir. Oh, and white for Mr. Moss. This is a damned interesting file. Nice people, the Kilburns. Started with a smuggling racket out of Era. There's big money in that. Seems these two kept branching out. Strictly cash and carry stuff. Delivery anywhere in Europe. Well-paid messengers at the service of crime. That's what the papers said about them. Wonderful trial for the papers. I was reading up on the shooting. One cop got a bullet in the lung. Then there was a free-for-all, and a second shot was fired. They had each fired one shot. Paraffin wax test showed that. Powder grains in each man's right hand. You know, I should be at the zoo.
Eh?
You know, lions, tigers, elephants.
Oh, taking the kids?
Uh-huh. Third arrangement in a row I've had to scrub round.
Shouldn't be long now. Another coffee?
Oh, thanks.
Change here for all stations to Dundee and then...
Dead on time. And there's the reception committee.
Mr. Thane?
Yes.
I'm Chief Officer Dunsire. Car's over here, sir. Glad to see you, Chief Inspector. Someone's just taken a pot shot at Kilburn. He used a rifle.
What?
Oh, Kilburn's all right. The devil looks after his own.
How did it happen?
Well, he was in the prison garden. The shot grazed him along the ribs.
Where's he now?
In sick bay, roaring like a bull.
And the rifleman?
Well away, I'm afraid, sir. Well away.
Looks more like a hotel than a jail.
No prison bars around here, sir. Just that fence to keep outsiders from getting in.
Uh-huh.
I'll take you straight to the governor.
Thanks.
Along this way, sir. In here, sir.
Come in. Ah, Chief Inspector Thane. I'm Maxwell. Sir. And this is Inspector Moss.
Afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Moss. I've heard about the shooting. Any progress?
Not yet, I'm afraid.
You've a real basin of trouble on your hands.
Well, we're lucky we haven't a dead body.
What's Kilburn said about it so far?
Damned little. He was pretty scared when he came to me about that note, though. I'll get him in. I'll bring him in, Dunsire.
Smartly now.
Yeah, all right.
His wound's taped up, sir. The doctor says it's just a scratch.
Just a scratch. So I'm a lucky boy.
Relax, Kilburn. They won't get you here.
Nah. Cops as well as screws.
But you think he'll try again, don't you?
He will. I've got rights. I want back to a nice safe cell in a proper prison.
You said they. Who are they, Kilburn? Who's after you?
I've nothing to say. But will you screws get me out of here to somewhere safe?
That's enough, Kilburn.
Ah, what's the use? Screws. Can I go now?
Take him away, Dunsire.
Yes, sir. Come on.
Ah, well, I'm going.
Well, that's it, Thane. He won't talk. He must have a pretty powerful reason for keeping quiet. Well, Moss and I'd better contact the local police.
All right. Detective Inspector Roy is your man. You'll find him in that small wood behind the grounds.
Nearly there, Phil.
Right.
Now, over this dike.
Hello there.
Ah, Detective Inspector Roy.
Right.
Thane, Glasgow CID.
Yep.
This is Inspector Moss.
Moss.
Inspector.
Any luck so far?
Aye, some. We found what you might be calling the sniper's nest.
Ah.
this. A .300 cartridge recently fired.
Where was it?
Over there. See the flattened grass this side of the dike?
Yeah.
Look over there. Just this side of Warrender House.
Yeah.
That market garden, that's where Kilburn was working.
Right in his sights, eh?
Aye, there's more, Moss. Take another wee look at that grass. Notice anything?
Two of them.
Aye, that's how it looks. There's two distinct patches flattened down. Two people waited here. Waited for quite a wee while.
Come over here a moment, both of you.
What's up, sir?
There's one of the footprints you've been looking for, by that patch of bare dirt. What do you make of it, Phil?
That's all we needed. That was a woman's shoe. Nearly finished. That's it. List of all witnesses who were at the trial. How about you, Colin?
Just finished the report on our visit. There was no sense in staying up there any longer, Phil.
No.
What we are after is back here in Glasgow, I'm sure of that.
Tea, sir?
Oh, good man. Thanks.
Anything else, sir?
No, that's all right.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, Colin, all the time Kilburn's been in jail, he's been without visitors. Yet he's got folks. Mother, brother, 2 sisters. Irish, County Armagh.
Maybe they're finished with him.
Uh-huh. Kilburn and his father seem to have been on their own. The rest of the family was straight enough?
That's worth checking on. I'm going down to communications. Evening, Sergeant. Can you send off a teleprinter signal for me?
Right away, sir.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Thane, Millside Division, Glasgow, to headquarters, Belfast. Request rundown on family of John Kilburn, hanged for murder. Reported staying on farm near Ochnacloy, Armagh. That's Aughnacloy. Got it?
Right.
Grateful for any CRO data on remaining family. Message end. I won't need the reply till morning, Sergeant. 11 o'clock. Well, I'll be home by midnight and asleep 5 minutes later. Thane here.
Millside Division Communications Room, sir.
What's up?
Message from Perth Police, sir. Patrick Kilburn escaped from open prison at 01:54 hours this morning.
Oh.
And Governor Maxwell's on a priority line from the prison, sir.
All right. Get Trunks to put him through here.
Right, sir.
What was it, Colin?
One of my customers has jumped jail. Look, you go back to sleep, dear. I'll have a cigarette.
Oh, I'll have one, too.
Eh?
11 years and I still jump when that phone rings.
Well, you would marry a cop, Mary. Here you are.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
A thing?
Yes, I've heard. What happened?
Oh, he fooled us neatly. We'd put him in a cell for the night for his own protection. They normally sleep in dormitories. I had an officer checking him every half hour.
Well, what went wrong?
Oh, Kilburn pulled an old trick. He pretended to be ill. My man opened the cell and went in.
Whereupon Kilburn jumped it.
Exactly.
What about the patrols outside?
Oh, with the flap that was on, they were too busy making sure nobody got in. We're a minimum security establishment, Fane. Our prisoners aren't expected to try to escape.
This one did. Oh, well, right now I'm going to do just one thing.
What's that?
Get some sleep. Good night, Governor.
Morning, Colin.
Oh, morning.
Hey, you're in early.
I wanted to get rid of some of this paperwork. With Kilburn loose, we could have a busy day ahead.
Much in the dispatches?
They're querying expenses again.
Whose?
Yours.
Any word from up north?
Nothing fresh.
The prisons people have come through with some gin.
Oh?
Goes back to when Kilburn and his father were waiting trial. Father first. John Kilburn had visits from his wife and a daughter. His other son, Liam, made 2 visits. But from sentence till they hanged him, he refused to see a soul.
And Patrick?
The same. Wouldn't see anyone after sentence. The family wrote him for a spell, then gave up.
How about outsiders?
Oh, the father saw 2. A John Barrowby and a Pietro Angelo.
Barrowby? The name's familiar.
Records say fraud and currency fiddles. We've nothing on file for Angelo.
Yeah?
Jock Mills of the Bugle to see you, sir.
Right, Sergeant. Send him through.
First of the vouchers.
Oh, he's not too bad. Cigarette?
Thanks, Colin. Here you are.
Come in, Jock. How's the evening bugle?
Oh, dodging the rain. It's lashing outside, sir. Morning, Inspector Moss. How's the tummy, eh?
Laddie, when you're a bit older, you'll treat ulcers with respect.
What are you after, Jock?
Oh, do you think Kilburn's heading for Glasgow?
Maybe. Phil, how about checking with communications? Oh, and chase up some tea with plenty of sugar. They've been skimping it lately.
They're thinking of your weight. See you, Jock.
Yeah, right.
The situation with Kilburn's simple, Jock. We're on the lookout, nothing more. But maybe you can help me.
Do I get a story?
Later, perhaps. When the Kilburn trial was on, did you ever try to see them in jail?
The father, yes. We'd have paid big money for his story. I lined up a pal of his, a man called Barlby, but it was no go.
Barlby? Were they close friends?
No, not close. Barlby reckoned John Kilburn trusted only one man, an Italian.
Name of Angelo?
If you know already, why ask me?
What do you know about him?
Angelo? Well, Barlby reckoned he was an honest man. He came over from Italy while the trial was on.
What was Barlby's interest?
Oh, I'm not sure, Mr. Fane. I had an idea he wanted to take over part of the smuggling racket Kilburn was running. Aha, your bodyguard's back.
You still here?
Aye, just leaving, though. Cheerio, then.
Bye.
Bye.
Here's the key, Colin.
Oh, thanks.
And a teleprinted message from Belfast.
No, this is interesting. Kilburn's family still live on the same farm. The mother's in poor health. Yeah. The son Liam was arrested just after his father was hanged for assaulting a man called Barlby. No court proceedings. Looks as if Barlby went over to try to get some of the father's contacts.
And got more than he bargained for.
Very interesting, Phil.
All right. Put me out of my misery. You want me to go to Ireland?
Oh, if you get the next plane, you could be back again by this evening.
Thanks. What's your program?
Alien section at headquarters.
Hello, Chief Inspector.
Hello, Molly.
What brings you to the aliens department?
Well, have you got anything on a Pietro Angelo? No criminal record, but you might have him on the ordinary register. It would be about 5 years back.
Give me a minute.
Aye.
Let's see. Aaron, Adler, Amundsen, Andre... Angelo, here he is.
Good.
Pretty formal, sir. Born Rome, 1910. Profession, dental surgeon. There's the card.
Thanks. Home address, Via Aosta.
Going to the game tonight, sir.
Game? What game?
Scotland and Belgium at Hampden. Sergeant Bonner's taking me.
Football's not my strong point, Molly. No, if it had been Murrayfield. Hampden's just about the last place I'll be tonight.
Another goal for us, sir.
Want me to cheer, Sergeant? Where's this bus party organizer?
Over here, sir. Waiting in the coach park. His name's Fergus. Lucky he heard the loudspeaker appeal.
Lucky he answered it, you mean?
When do you expect Inspector Moss to arrive, sir?
Pretty soon. His plane has arrived, and there was a car waiting to bring him here.
Round the side of this coach, sir. This way.
Floodlit football. Could do with some floodlighting here.
This is Mr. Fergus, sir.
What the devil's going on, eh?
This is Chief Inspector Fane. He'll tell you.
You picked up a man midway between Arbroath and Glasgow, right?
Aye.
Then you were stopped at a police roadblock.
Aye.
And in a whole busload of football fans, nobody thought of saying there was a stranger aboard.
But he was in the sing song.
Wait a minute. He's one of our cars. No call. Hi, Phil.
So, Kilburn's made Glasgow. Who's this?
Bus party organizer. Taut, Sergeant.
Yep.
Thanks. Now, take a look at this photograph, Mr. Fergus. Have you ever seen this man before?
Oh, that's the bloke.
Huh? Tell me about him.
Well, a string of buses had stopped at this hotel, for a wee refreshment. Mine was about the last to leave again. This bloke jumped out and waved us to stop. Said his own bus had gone off without him. We had a ticket, team colours and the rest. So we hauled him aboard.
Listen carefully, Mr. Fergus. Half an hour ago, we had a call from up north. Somebody attacked a football fan when a busload of them stopped for a drink. He left the poor devil half naked behind a pile of beer crates and took his clothes and money.
What happened to the man you gave a lift?
I don't know. Said he was going off to join his own mob. Hey, what do you want him for?
He's on the run. He's serving life for murder.
All right, we're coming. CID. Inspector Moss here.
Jock Mills of the Bugle here, Inspector. Is Mr. Thane with you?
No, we've just arrived back. The boss is down in the radio room. What do you want?
There's a buzz Kilburn's made Glasgow.
It looks like it, Jock. Don't quote me on this. He bluffed his way through the roadblocks as part of a football bus party.
For the big game.
Uh-huh. Now you can do me a favor.
Name it.
See if the Bugle files have photographs of either Liam Kilburn or his sister, Margot. There's no conviction, so our own records can't help.
Oh, well, we should have them from the trial. What's the angle?
Later, Jock, later. Bye now.
Uh-huh.
Well, here's hoping.
Well, no news yet, Phil.
I've asked Jock Mills to try and get these pictures.
Oh, good. Now, let's have it again, Phil. Your Ulster trip seems to have paid off.
Aye, though I don't like the coin, Colin.
Oh.
Well, I got out to the farm, a quiet wee place in the middle of nowhere. We met the younger girl first.
Uh-huh.
Her name's Kathleen. Then the mother.
Somebody always suffers.
And Mrs. Kilburn has. The woman's out of her mind, in a gentle, shuffling way. As far as she's concerned, her husband's still alive. She writes him once a week and gives the family the letters to post.
She writes to her son, too.
Eh? Thinks he's abroad. Well, they don't post the letters to him either.
Significant enough, eh?
Anyway, Liam and Margot Kilburn are supposed to be on holiday in London. That girl Kathleen's bitter, Colin. Not just at us, but at life. And especially at her brother, Patrick.
Patrick, who didn't die.
Patrick, who didn't die. You know, I've discovered one thing, Colin.
Huh?
You know what's thicker than blood? Hate. My guess is Kilburn has something worse than the devils out of hell hunting him. His own family.
There's something else, Phil. Governor Maxwell phoned this afternoon. You remember the note on Kilburn's bunk? You know, the one that started it off?
Aye.
One of Maxwell's prisoners, a trustee on an outside job, put it there. A young woman with an Irish accent paid £10 for the delivery.
Margot Kilburn.
Maybe. There's a lot to do yet. This for a start.
Yes, sir?
How about that call to Rome, Jean?
I've got the number, sir. Continental Trunk should be calling back at any moment.
Oh, thanks.
Why Rome?
Pietro Angelo, the Italian, John Kilburn's friend.
You think he can help?
I'm hoping.
Switchboard, sir. Your Rome call's coming through.
I'll hold, Jean.
Your Rome number is on the line, sir.
Hello? Pronto chi parla? Sì, Pietrangelo parla.
Sorry to call you so late in the evening.
Scusi, who is this?
My name's Thane of Glasgow Police. Thane, Thane.
Si comprende, signor. Oh, no, it's not so late. Go on, please.
You knew John Kilburn.
Is true.
His son Patrick has escaped from prison.
Does this concern me?
Well, Mr. Angelo, I don't know, but he broke out because he was terrified. Terrified because someone is trying to kill him.
Who is making this fear?
Well, we can't find his brother and sister. We're trying to prevent a tragedy. Do you understand?
Si comprendo. Senti, senor. There is only one way. I will come to you.
When? Time counts.
By aeroplano. Early tomorrow. But, Senor Thane, it is not the police I come to help, but my friend's family.
It may be both.
I hope so. I pray so.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Angelo.
Grazie. Ciao, Bella.
He's coming here.
Right away. Phil, what's the most obvious reason for the Kilburns gunning for Patrick?
I wonder when you'd ask that.
It's a mess. A real mess. Well, come on.
Where to?
Mr. John Barby. Angelo and Barby. John Kilburn's two visitors in prison. Angelo's coming to us. We're going to Barby. here we are, Phil. 8th floor.
Some layout.
Aye.
A flat in a block like this costs plenty.
Number 5. Oh, J. Balby, eh?
This is for me when my pools come up. Except I've no head for heights.
Oh. Good evening.
John Balby?
Yes?
Police.
Yes, I felt it might be. Come in.
I'm Chief Inspector Thane. This is Inspector Moss.
A high-ranking delegation. Come into the lodge. I'll turn off the radio. Well, now.
You know Patrick Kilburn has broken out?
It's been in the papers.
He got to Glasgow tonight, Balby.
Oh. Care for a drink, Chief Inspector?
No, thanks.
Mr. Moss?
Not on duty.
Well, I don't usually drink alone, but, your health, gentlemen. Look, it's no secret that I knew the Kilburn.
You saw John Kilburn before he died?
Correct. I tried to arrange a business deal. But it fell through.
Nice place you have here. Expensive.
What a nasty mind, Chief Inspector. It's all strictly legitimate, I assure you. I can't help you, and I've no wish to see Patrick Kilburn. Is there a police watch on my flat?
Maybe.
Not maybe, please. I want it. In fact, as a taxpayer, I demand it. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's getting rather late.
Well, we haven't yet...
This way, Chief Inspector. But this way, please. Good night, gentlemen.
Yes.
I'll be damned.
Back outside, none the wiser.
He was worried, though.
Slightly frightened, I'd say. Now, inside, Phil.
Want him watched?
Definitely. Seems to me Kilburn's more likely to visit here than Balby would wish.
Who's there?
Police, Mr. Barbary.
Hold on.
Back inside, Barbie. Surprised?
Patrick, you're crazy. There are cops outside.
Back and front. I came over the roof. How about a drink?
Sure, Patrick. In here.
Time I had a rest. You look after yourself, Barbie.
Here you are, Patrick.
Good. Well, you still keep good whiskey.
If you need help...
Help be damned. I want my box. You're my private personal bank, remember?
The box isn't here.
Isn't here?
Take it easy, Patrick. Take it easy. It's in my safe deposit at the bank.
You are to keep it here, always.
You'll have it first thing in the morning.
I'd better. With the seal intact. If you've been snooping, Barbie, I'll have your guts.
What are you going to do?
Keep your nose out of my life. How about some food? And I need a clean-up.
Bathroom through there. I'll get a meal.
Yeah.
Got everything you need?
Is there a razor handy?
On the shelf beside the basin. Blaze there, too. Bacon and eggs, suit you?
Yeah, sounds fine. Now, a new blade. Now, where's the shaving cream? Barbie, where's the shaving cream? Yeah, where is he? Barbie? I wonder... Barbie! Get away from the phone and leave that gun!
Keep back!
You didn't quite make it, Barbie. Tried to shoot me, eh? And this gun! Oh, don't! It was in my box. Where's the rest of the stuff?
It's in the bottom drawer.
There we are. Passport, notebook. The money's gone.
I'll make it up, Patrick, please.
Bailed up. Do you see this notebook? What's in it didn't make sense to you, did it, Barbie? But it holds all the answers. Contacts, routes, the key to the old man's entire setup. You didn't know, did you?
Patrick!
It's too late, Barbie.
No, Patrick! No!
Along here, sir.
I know the way, Sergeant Parker. Yeah. Oh, where is he?
The bedroom.
Nothing moved or touched?
Just as it was when the cleaning woman found him at 9 this morning, sir.
Boy, he's in a mess, Colin.
Yeah. Head smashed in.
Kilburn?
Who else? Now, where's this woman who found the body?
In the kitchen, Chief Inspector.
Phil, go and have a word with her, will you?
Okay.
Is Mr. Things the Inspector?
I think so, Constable.
Yes. Come in, Constable.
It's about how he got in, sir.
Past 2 men on watch.
Yes, sir.
Go on.
There's a fire escape from the roof of this block, sir. It leads across to an office block next door. He got in through a ground floor window, got up to the roof, and then just crossed over.
That explains why he wasn't spotted.
He broke the window, sir. There's some blood. He must have cut himself.
Right. And get back to the window and wait there till the scientific bods arrive.
Yes, sir.
I wonder what Kilburn was after. Let's take a look around before the wind section blow in on us. The bugle, for instance.
Bugle coffee? Mills here.
Okay, Jock.
That's you, Sheila.
Who else? Shoot.
Balby murder case. Officers of the Scientific Bureau
Scientific Bureau.
are now engaged in tests at the murder flat.
Murder flat.
Soon after they arrived, Chief Inspector Thane left by car to continue inquiries.
To continue inquiries.
All now.
Got it. Bye, Jock.
Right, bye, Sheila.
Excuse me, are you a reporter?
Mills of the Bugle, why?
I saw you coming out of the flats. I hear tell it's been a murder.
That's right.
Who's been killed?
A man called Barlby.
Barby. Are you sure?
Aye. Was he a friend of yours?
How did it happen?
Well, somebody broke in. Yes, don't I know you from somewhere?
I don't think
Aren't
so.
you? Here is your name, Kilburn. Margot Kilburn. Hey, come back here. Come back. Blasted. Better phone Thane about this.
Mr. Angelo.
Si?
Sonny Pietro Angelo. You are?
Airport Police, sir.
Oh, grazie.
Chief Inspector Thane's waiting for you in the security office. Will you come with me? Thank you.
Prego. But of course.
Mr. Angelo, sir.
Oh, good morning.
Buongiorno.
Come in.
Senor Thane?
Thanks, officer. Oh, sit down, Mr. Angelo.
Grazie. So what is the news?
It's bad. Patrick Kilburn's still on the loose. He's killed a man.
Terribly male.
And Kilburn's brother and sister have just been spotted in town.
It is to me you must blame all of this, senor.
No, but
Oh, please, I will tell you. Understand, I was the friend of John Kilburn. During the war, che disastro, mamma mia. During the war, John Kilburn was a prisoner of war in Italia.
Uh-huh.
When my country collapsed, he escaped. In the confusion, well, he saved my life. After the peace, we ride, sometimes we meet.
Did you know he was a smuggler?
Contrabando?
Yeah.
Oh, of course, senor. But he was not all bad. Patrick, his son, was different. He was, que cause, he was, all vicious. But John, he loved this boy.
Oh, excuse me, will you?
Excuse me.
Yes, Thane here.
Phil Moss, Colin. Angelo arrive okay?
Uh-huh. How about you?
I located Snouty Reef.
Good.
He's going to work on it. If anyone can pick up a buzz about Kilburn, Snouty will.
Let's hope so.
One funny thing. Snouty says the word's already out. There's money going for the first Ned who contacts Kilburn.
Brother and sister, maybe?
Too early to say, Colin.
Right, Phil. We'll meet as arranged. Sorry, Mr. Angelo.
Niente, Senor. Gracias.
Now, why do you blame yourself for what's happening?
Senor, when John is tried for murder, I visit him here in prison. Then I go back to Italia. I know I cannot help. Then, after he is hanged, a letter comes.
From him?
See, it looks ordinary, but John has ways. You take the first and the last words in each line he writes, and there is your true message.
Mm-hmm.
It was importante that he had to tell someone his secret.
Yes, go on.
You hanged the wrong man, Chief Inspector. John Kilburn died for his son. Patrick killed the policeman. You are surprised?
No, not now. And then you told the family.
See, I go to see them 6 months later. I find Liam brooding and bitter, and these lovely girls broken-hearted. Their mother, I think it may help to know their father was, well, not so bad.
And now Liam and Margot are trying to square the account.
And if Liam and Margot kill Patrick, what is justice to them is murder in other eyes.
How much do you know about John Kilburn's contacts?
Most things.
Then we're in business. First we pick up Inspector Moss. Then you're taking us to every place in the city that John Kilburn ever mentioned.
Ma parola, senor. First, there is a certain boarding house.
Well, we're looking for Patrick.
Nobody here called Patrick.
No.
Here, you can't come in.
Shut the door, Liam.
What's he up to?
Where's Patrick Kilburn?
I never heard of him.
Woman, stop wasting our time.
All right, Liam, I'll handle it. I'm Paddy's sister Margot, and this is his brother. Now, where is he?
This is a decent hotel.
Oh, you big damn. My father used this place as a halfway house, and he said it was a dump. Look. Now, just you look at this picture. A family group. My father, Patrick, and the rest of us.
Mm-hmm. Well, anything else?
Look, here's another picture. Just my father and I.
If your father came here, where did he leave his stuff?
In your kitchen, woman. In the space behind the phony cupboard.
All right. He's upstairs to meet. Hey, what's that? What are you going to do with that gun?
Stay with him, Margot.
Right.
What's he going to do?
As far as you're concerned, nothing. Patrick will be leaving with us. Then you forget we were here.
He's gone.
What?
The window's open, but the bed's still warm. Well, Margot?
We'll keep on. Hey, what's that? Police! You, take me, brother. Hide that gun. Then bring her back, Liam.
Move, woman, and guard your tongue.
Madre mia, Margot.
No, Uncle Pietro. You're in strange company.
The police? Oh, Margot mia cara, it is necessary.
Paul, take upstairs.
The Patrick you're looking for is gone. But here's Liam coming.
Make sure, Phil.
Right. Hello, Uncle Pietro.
Liam. So, Ben, we have found you both, huh?
Just a moment, Mr. Angelo.
See?
Miss Kilburn, I'm Chief Inspector Thane. How long has Patrick been gone?
Minutes, maybe. He must have skipped out when we arrived.
The window's open in his room, Colin. It's not a long drop.
Leave anything behind?
This. A handkerchief with the initials J.B.
John Barnsley.
Who was murdered this morning.
Margot mia
Keep
cara.
out of this, Uncle Pietro.
Angelo's a pretty good friend to have, Margot. He's told us what your father did.
And how do you feel, policeman? Knowing you hanged the wrong man.
Senor Thane, may I speak freely to them?
Phil, you and Parker go and have a word with the woman who runs this flop house.
Come on, Sergeant.
All right, Angelo.
Grazie, signor. Margot, and you, Liam. Gente, what you plan is wrong, is foolish.
Uncle.
Basta, un momento, wait. What the police do not know, they guess. Go home. Let them find Patrick. Margot, believe me, vengeance is not for you.
Do you plan to arrest us, Chief Inspector?
I can't. We haven't enough on you yet.
Then we can go.
Margot, per favore.
Sorry, Uncle Pietro. But that's how it is.
Goodbye, Chief Inspector.
What now, Senor Fame?
They'll be followed. Come on, Angelo. We'll get you into a hotel for the night. Whatever happens, at least you've tried.
And you, Senor Fame?
I've an appointment with a gentleman called Snouty.
This is the place, Colin. Pub's across the street. Down there at the neon sign.
The constable ready?
Walking up now. And there's Snouty, dead on time.
Yeah. He does it well.
Most times it's real.
Hey, you. Good time. Hey, you. Hey, who, me? Yes, you. Knock it off. Don't you like good singing, officer? Oh, God, what you...
Come on, I'm taking you.
Hey.
I'm taking you.
What?
The usual. Come on, Snouty.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, we've got a car.
What about it? I swear this. Now, what about it?
And you get Snouty.
Thanks, Constable. Right, driver.
Hello, Mr. Thane. How's tracks?
Oh, not bad, Snouty.
A nice performance.
Should have been on the stage, Inspector. My mammy I said so.
Have you got anything for us?
Plenty. Kilburn's been found, Gov.
Who's got him?
Well, it was an expensive job, Mr. Thane. Oh. Canny had a bar up all night and a half pints ahead.
All right. That'll square it.
You're a decent man for a cop. Kilburn's been passed on to a Greek by the name of Calvos. Leo Calvos.
Who's he?
Don't know, Mr. Most. Runs a restaurant or something. He's a new number to me.
Driver, pull in at the next corner. Then you can go home, Snouty.
The night's still young enough.
Home. That's an order. I don't want you roaming around.
You're the boss, Gov. Night.
Good night.
And now?
Headquarters. To see what they've got on friend Calvus and to organize a search warrant. Then we pay him a surprise visit.
What do you want?
Police. Leo Calvus in.
No.
Open the drawbridge, girl. We want to talk.
All right. Come in.
Thanks. You Mrs. Calvus?
A friend. Leo's out.
How long since he left?
An hour, maybe.
Anyone else here?
No. Why?
Right, Phil.
We're looking for an escaped prisoner, Patrick Kilburn.
This is a nonsense.
What's your name, miss?
Does it matter?
I'll give you one more chance. Who are you and where's Calvus?
I'm Maria Colante. I'm visiting.
Occupation?
Dancer.
Uh-huh. What's the name on your insurance card?
Oh, Spinks, if you must know. Ethel Spinks, damn you.
All right. Calvus got his car?
Yes.
Kilburn with him?
Who's Kilburn?
You had your chance, Maria. Phil, keep an eye on her. Get the other lads in and have a policewoman sent here. Then we get this place going over.
What'll I do with this lot, Colin?
Dump it on the bed beside the rest.
Right. Hey, here's a snappy line and shut.
Put it down, Phil. What's in that folder?
Let me see. Holiday snaps. Here's one of the girlfriend.
Oh, that bikini doesn't hide much, does it? Wait a minute. Phil, take another look.
The girl, a caravan. What's up?
Where was it taken?
Well, it looks familiar. These hills, the sea, a couple of big ships lying offshore.
Gearlock, maybe?
Aha! Colin, a caravan would be the perfect place to keep Kilburn hidden.
Let's see the girl.
Right.
Back again, Copper.
Where was this picture taken, Maria?
Can't remember.
All right. Phil, hold up for questioning. I'll take a car down on my own.
Fair enough.
Have a couple of the county cops meet me at Gairloch Head. I'll be there by midnight.
Chief Inspector Thane?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Sergeant McLeod.
Ah.
This is Constable Macri, sir.
Sir.
You know about the photograph?
Aye. Could we see it, sir?
Yes, of course. Here it is.
Torch, Macri. Let's see.
Oh, she's nice.
Never mind the woman, Macri. Where's the map?
Any ideas, Sergeant?
Well, the makings of one, sir. Now, here's the map. And in the photo here, there's these two hills on the left, almost in line.
Yeah.
Well, this one's the Strone. And that would be Benvanach. Now, that gives us a line on the map to about here. Aye. There's a wee caravan site there, too, up off one of the side roads.
Far?
20 minutes away, no more.
Lead on then, Sergeant. We'll stop the cars a little way off and finish on foot.
Just a wee bit on now, sir. About 600 yards along the loch side.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll keep off the path in case they've posted lookouts. You know your way around, Sergeant?
Okay. We can cut across the hillside. It's just a wee bit marshy here and there. Watch your step in the dark, though.
Yes,
I'd better go first.
Sir, there's a car lying ahead just off the track.
Where? Oh, I see it.
Careful now, sir. A few more yards and we'll be above the vans. Keep down, sir.
Yes.
Aye, that's us.
Only one caravan. People in it, too. Lights.
Well, sir.
Look, you two wait here. I'm going down just for a look round.
Look, sir. Aye. Well, at least there's no moon.
Almost there. Now, if I get under that window...
And we stole his food from me today. There are more stories, but I'm wasting time.
All right, Tyler. You say you're getting me into the country. What's the tale?
That you act as our agent. I know the Kilburn smuggling network is still intact.
They never broke it. But, what's your angle?
I run a restaurant since I come to Britain, but also I've helped plan one or two incidents.
Go on.
This time it is big, Kilburn. Very, very big. A fortune waiting.
On me?
The stuff will have to be disposed abroad. It will be too hot for any British friend. My offer is £6,000 plus expenses.
You get a cigarette?
Here.
All right, then. Well, now, you get me across the channel, and I can pick up the threads easy enough.
Good. You start your journey tomorrow night.
That suits me.
You broke from prison at an excellent time. Until I heard, I would have had to rely on another arrangement. Not such a good one. But I think it would have worked.
Hey, Gringo! There! Beside the caravan!
Blast. Hey, there's someone outside. Quick, Calvas.
There he goes.
It's nice work, Johnny.
Oh, bring him inside.
Will do, boss.
Right. Shut the door.
That's Thane.
Any more outside, Johnny?
2. On the hillside. They're out cold and locked up in their own handcuffs.
Well done.
That's all, boss. 2 cars, 3 men, be assured.
So, now let us see how they came here. Anything in his pocket? Yes, his photograph.
A dead giveaway, Calvert.
So you've been to my home and found us from this. Clever.
Hey, Calvert, we'll need to blow fast.
Gregor, give me your gun.
Here.
Good. Kilburn, help them bring the 2 others here.
Then what?
The caravan rests level here, but push it a few feet, and there is a slope, then a cliff, and the sea. Johnny, you lead the way.
Right, boss.
What the? Gun him, Johnny!
Don't try it, anyone. There's the other barrel. A fine 20-bore duck shot.
Liam!
Hello, Brother Patrick.
Kilburn, this is your brother?
Yes.
Then
Yes.
why quarrel? We are only concerned with this one.
Sam. No, take it easy with that gun in your hand, mister.
Torn-off shotgun at 5-foot range is no plaything.
Watch him, Liam. He's tricky.
You have a gun. I have a gun. That way neither of us will be rash.
I want Patrick to even an account, so to speak.
They're out to kill me, Calvus.
But that we can't allow. We need Patrick, I'm afraid.
I came for Patrick and I'm going to have him.
Use logic. Your brother has a gun in his pocket. I have a gun. You have only one shell left. If you kill Patrick, I shoot you. If you shoot me instead, then Patrick still has his gun. Even Grigor, the frightened one in the corner, has a knife. The answer, it is simple. You let us go. That's all.
Hell, man, what do I do?
It's the only way, Liam.
Calvus, my sister. If she said there, she could blast us if we leave.
That's no problem. We use 10 as a safe conduct.
All right, Calvus. I'll do it. What's the drill?
First, open the door. Now shout to your sister. Grigor and your brother leave with the policeman. Any trouble, and 10 dies.
And on your feet, copper.
Yeah, a brave man with a gun, Kilburn.
And you're getting it easier than Barbie. Come on.
Wait a moment, Calvus. What about you?
I stay with you, my friend. They bring the car back here, and then I leave. And you get 10.
All set, Calvus.
I'm coming. Let the Chief Inspector go.
Out, copper.
Goodbye, Chief Inspector.
Damn the luck. Let's get you back to the caravan, mister. Come on. Steady it.
Sorry.
Easy now, easy.
Liam.
He's got a bullet in his shoulder, girl. Help me.
All right.
Come on.
Gently now.
Put him in the bunk.
Oh.
You okay, mister?
Okay.
Here, drink this.
Thanks.
Liam, was it Patrick?
No, that one on the floor.
Oh, I'll cover it up, Liam. A blanket, anything.
Sorry, girl.
What about my men?
Well, we need a key for the handcuffs.
In my left-hand pocket.
Let me. Is this key?
Yes.
Set them free, Liam.
Right.
And tell them we need a doctor.
First gunshot wound I've handled since career. Oh, just hold that lamp a little higher, mister.
Is that you?
Fine. Let's see now. Gently does it. Lovely. Patient, please.
Yeah, doctor.
Here's the little beauty. Well, that's it, Chief Inspector. Clean wound, no real damage.
More headlights coming. It could be Inspector Moss, sir. They radioed he was on his way.
I hold still while I get this dressing fixed, will you?
Sorry, Doc. Bring him over, Constable, will you?
All right, sir.
Some tape now.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. Well, help him on with his jacket, will you?
Yes, doctor.
And that's that. In here, Inspector.
Thanks.
Well, I'll be on my way.
Thanks again, Doc.
How are you doing, Colin?
Oh, he'll be fine. If he takes it easy. Want a lift, Doc? No, thanks. I've got my car.
Well, Colin?
Oh, I'll get by.
What about these two? And that body outside?
He was in here until I had him moved. Liam shot him and saved my life in the process.
I see.
Give me a hand up, will you?
There we are, Colin.
The shotgun, Liam.
Oh, all right.
Phil, you take it. Margot, you and your brother wait here. No disappearing tricks. I want to talk to you.
Our word on it, Chief Inspector.
Good. Phil, let's get outside.
The county boys are busy around. And Colin, Dan Lawrence came through with a scientific bureau report on Bartleby's killing just before I left.
Worthwhile?
Very. Remember Kilburn broke in through the office block next door and cut himself in the window?
Aye.
They found a cigarette end in the flat. Saliva's the same grouping as the blood on the window glass.
Good. Very good.
There's better. He had a shave at Bartleby's. Has a nice fingerprint on the blade. The only thing he forgot to wipe clean in the whole flat.
All we've got to do is to catch him. Where'd they put the body, Phil?
Around here. Look, are you up to this?
Oh, stop fussing. Come on, we'll pick up the Kilburns and head for my place. I'll phone Mary on the way.
You're taking them to the house? It's 3 in the morning.
That'll be better than talking to them across the table in some police station.
You know best.
Come on, cheer up, Phil.
Will you come out now, Margot? And your brother?
Margot, we're going now, and you come with us for a talk. There's a dead man in this place, Margot. Remember that.
All right, we'll come. And we'll listen, Chief Inspector.
Oh, just one thing first. How did you get here?
We followed you, Chief Inspector.
Eh?
That's right. We dodged the men trailing us and doubled back. Let the police do the work, I said.
How to... Oh, get into the car, both of you. Well, front light's on anyway.
Colin.
No, I'm all right, lass.
Oh,
I'm all right.
Come in, all of you.
Thanks, Mrs.
You three go through the fire. You come with me, dear. You'll feel better after tidying up.
Well, drink, Colin. No, thanks, Phil. Kilburn?
Oh, yes, please, I can use it.
Your sister should be back soon.
Oh, you know women. She could be long enough. No, she's here.
I feel more decent now. Your wife says she's fixing us some food, Mr. Thane. She won't let me help.
Well, sit down, Margot.
All right.
Good. Well, we'll skip what we know already. That you found out your father confessed to murder to save Patrick. The open prison was your first chance to plan this crazy vengeance.
No secret there.
Well, we're listening anyway.
So Patrick escapes, gets to Glasgow, quarrels with John Balby and robs and kills him. Calvert's gang need Patrick, and Liam has to kill a man.
What you're saying is that because of us, 2 men have died.
Partly. Look, Margot, killing Balby was a capital charge, and we've got enough to convict on it. The law can take over now.
Oh, I don't know.
You knew your father was a smuggler.
Yes, but the old man never carried a gun in his life.
And Patrick let him hang.
You've changed your mind, haven't you?
About wanting Patrick. Liam?
Whatever you say, dear. It's getting too complicated for me.
What happens to Liam about the man of the caravan?
I would call it self-defense.
Or you can call it what you like. We'll give the law its chance, Chief Inspector, for a little while. But I warn you, if it fails, we'll deal with Patrick. We'll deal with him ourselves, Chief Inspector.
Sound the horn, Grigor. Logan should be on the lookout.
Sure, boss. That should get him.
The sooner we get this van under cover, the better. There he is. Take it in. Come on out, Kilburn.
Where are we?
Used to be a timber mill. Here comes Logan.
Hello, boss. Hey, where's Johnny?
Kilburn, this is Arthur Logan, an engineer. An important man to us.
Hello, Logan.
Johnny's dead. We had trouble.
Hell. The job
is still on. What's the time?
9:30. But Carl.
Later. Kilburn, come over here. In here. Wait, I put on the light. There are few windows in this place. Now the job. You see these 2 long packing cases? In a few hours, they'll be filled with roughly 50,000 pounds in gold.
Big. Where from?
Lochhead Castle. Ever heard of the Lochhead Plate?
So that's it. 17th century stuff, museum pieces.
All solid gold, Kilburn. Only royalty has better. Now, here's Grigor. Got everything.
Here, Kilburn, this is yours.
What? Naval uniform?
Look over there, in the corner. What do you see?
A lorry. That's a naval lorry.
Both government surplus.
Oh, how does that stuff help?
Lord Lochhead is going to give us his collection of plates. Today, Britain's newest aircraft carrier arrives in the Gairloch. Aboard her, there is to be dinner party. All the NATO leaders and many politicians will be guests.
The Lochhead plate...
Exactly. Is being loaned to the Navy for the evening. A naval lorry from the shore station goes to the castle today to collect it. A lieutenant, two of an escort, along with the driver.
And we take over...
Let the boss finish, Kilburn.
Lochhead Castle is in the hills. It's a lonely road. They will not be looking for trouble until after they collect the plate.
Then what?
Back here, we melt the gold down. Within 2 hours, we have 2 long metal shafts painted grey. They are urgently needed to repair a motor yacht lying near Dover. You go to Glasgow, put the boxes on the train south, and travel with them.
But the cops had picked me up the moment I showed my nose in the railway station.
Nonsense. You wear glasses and business clothes. You part your hair differently. You walk with a limp. Draw attention to yourself. Do everything a wanted man wouldn't.
And, at Dover?
At Dover, the yacht sails. You get to the continent and dispose of the gold for us. But, Kilburn, don't think you can disappear. I have many friends.
Chief Inspector Thane here.
Inspector Moss on the line, sir.
Oh, put him through.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Colin.
Any luck at Calvert's restaurant, Phil?
Only a big penciled ring round today's date on his desk calendar. What now?
For a start, the man Liam shot was an army deserter, wanted in London for an armed hold-up. And I've got a present for you. A gun.
A gun?
Chief Constable's idea, Phil. 1 each. Head back here now, will you? I promised Margot Kilburn and her brother we'd run them out to the caravan.
Eh? What for?
Well, they left their car out there. Anyway, I want another look round.
Okay.
See you, Phil.
Yes, sir?
I'll see the Colantigill now.
Right, sir.
Miss Colanti, sir.
Oh, thanks, Sergeant. Well, sit down, Maria. Sergeant Farkas said you wanted to talk.
If it helps me get out of here.
Ah, it may. When did Calvert take you to the caravan?
About 2 weeks ago. It was a holiday, he said. But he kept going off to meet people.
Any visitors?
No, nobody.
Did you see anything unusual?
No. Well, except once, maybe. We went for a drive.
Uh-huh.
Leo stopped at a garage and bought a big drum of oil. Not for the car, the kind you use for central heating. They put it in the boot.
What happened to it?
Well, he went away by himself for the afternoon, and when he came back, the oil was gone. I remember he had a paint stain on his trousers, and, well, I don't know why, but he was angry when I asked him where he got it.
Nothing else?
No, I swear it was the same.
And that's about it so far, Phil. Looks like today's the day, all right. But where heating oil fits into a hold-up, I'm damned if I know.
If he's about to pull the job, shouldn't we be back in town?
The whole area's alerted, Phil. And our job's still to find them. There may be a lead that's been missed at the caravan.
At least the rain stopped anyhow. Oh, there's the caravan, Mr. Thane. And our car.
Margot rented it, Chief Inspector. We'd have a job explaining if it had gone.
Aye. Slow down, driver, and pull up by the caravan.
I will do, sir. Hello, sir. How's the shoulder?
Oh, are you still here, Constable Marshy? I thought you'd be at home after that clout in the head.
Oh, I'm all right, sir. Nobody else here at the moment, though. The scientific people finished before lunch.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll poke around the caravan, and you two can help.
Anything you say, Chief Inspector. Come on, Liam.
You might see if you can find a pair of old flannel trousers. They're around somewhere. Oh, they should be.
All right. We'll take this end, Chief Inspector.
Yes, right. Try those built-in cupboards.
Why the flannels, Colin?
I'm not sure myself.
Mr. Zane, is this what you're looking for?
Let's see. Ah, this is what I want.
Gee.
Paint. Here, spread it out, will you? I'm still one-handed a bit with this damn shoulder.
All right. There you are.
Yes, dark blue, almost grey. Anything in the pocket?
Wait, let's see. No, they're empty.
Colin, the driver's waving. Must be a message on the blower.
Uh-oh. This may be it. Liam, you and Margot have your own car. Head back for Glasgow and stay in that hotel until I contact you. Come on, Phil.
Message on the blower, sir. Control says it's urgent.
Give me the mic. 1-4 to control. Pass your message. Over.
Hello, 1-4. Urgent message for Chief Inspector Thane. Gang, believed Calvert and Kilburn, posing as Royal Navy escort, escaped with haul of gold plate from Lockhead Castle. Request, proceed there immediately. Over.
Hello, Control. Roger and out. Carry on, driver.
So this is Lockhead Castle.
Right a place, Phil.
Hello, Chief Inspector Thane.
Yeah, that's right. This is Inspector Moss.
Hello, Moss.
Hello.
I'm Inspector Baker, sir, County CID.
How do you do? Well, what's the score?
Oh, so far an away win for the opposition. Would you like to come in? Lord Lockhead's waiting.
Right. Lead the way. An away win for the opposition, you say?
Yes, sir. The balloon went up about half an hour ago. A forestry worker patrolling one of the big plantations around here came across the real naval party, complete with lorry. They were tied up and the lorry engine wrecked. Seems they stopped to help what looked like another naval truck which had broken down, and then they were chumped.
Any casualties?
Aye, one. A torpedo man with a bullet in his chest. He's in hospital. There were 4 in the fake party. We've a general alert out.
You'll need to do a damn sight more than that, Baker.
Lord Lockhead, Chief Inspector Thane.
Glasgow CID, sir.
Yes, how to do? Well, Thane, this paper's be found. Understand? It's a national treasure.
Tell me how it happened, sir.
Damn it, Baker knows already.
But I don't, Lord Lockhead.
Oh, no, of course. Well, they came here, a lieutenant and escort, normal service vehicle.
And you spoke to them, sir?
To the fellow posing as an officer. He had the letter of authority, the papers already waiting and crated. Blast it, he even had a sherry with me while my staff helped load the crates into the confounded vehicle.
And he said nothing suspicious?
Hardly said a word. Just sat sipping my sherry and yes-sirring and no-sirring.
Anything else, sir?
Blasted little. Spoke with an Irish accent, said he'd not long been posted up here.
Tell me the approximate weight of plate taken, sir.
Weight? Oh, about 200 weight.
Easy enough to melt down?
Yes, I suppose. They couldn't destroy the collection, Zane. The craftsmanship,
Melted down, what would it be worth?
Less than half its value, man, Zane. £50,000, but they couldn't.
To them, it would be worth the loss. As plate, it would be too bulky and too hot for any fence to handle. Inspector Baker.
Yes, sir.
The genuine lorry, did it come from the Admiralty port?
Yes, the escort party is back there now, sir.
Right. Moss and I'll head there next.
£50,000 worth of gold.
No wonder Calvert was so keen to locate Kilburn. The Kilburn network's the perfect way to farm out the stuff abroad.
Wonder what gave Calvert the idea in the first place.
Oh, there was a story in the paper. So, about 5 or 6 weeks ago. He gave all the details about this NATO dinner.
Admiralty port's on ahead, sir.
Right, driver.
Calvert seems to read his papers.
All fits in, Phil. Even the paint stain on these flannels. Blue-grey paint, just the thing for touching up an ex-Navy vehicle.
Hey, you recognize the car parked at the entrance gate?
Oh, fast. Slow down, driver. Wind down that window, Phil.
Hello, Chief Inspector.
What are you doing here, Margot?
Waiting for you. We what happened, and Liam and I reckoned you'd come to the fort sooner or later.
You can't help here.
Liam and I think differently.
He's right, Mr. Thane. Don't worry, we won't interfere. But until you lay Brother Patrick by the heels, we'll be around.
You're wasting your time. All right, driver, go on.
They won't move, Colin.
I thought we'd got them off our backs. Well, let's find out what the Navy knows.
That's all, leading seaman. Thank you. Right, dismiss.
Up.
Well, that's the lot, Chief Inspector. You've seen the entire detail, except the man in hospital, of course.
The descriptions tally, Commander Speedwell. Kilburn, Calvert, the one called Grigger, and a fourth we don't know.
Gin, Chief Inspector?
Oh, thanks, I could use it.
You, Inspector Must.
I'll settle for a soft drink, sir.
Oh. See what I can do. Orange and soda?
Thanks. It's my stomach.
Ah, I see. Nasty.
Commander, is there another phone we can use?
Yes, in the next office. Well, here we are.
Oh, thanks. You're very good health.
Cheers. Yes, phone's next door. Help yourself.
Phil, check with headquarters, will you, just in case they've anything fresh?
Okay.
This is a hell of a business for me, Thane. Another one?
No, thanks, no. How many of you people knew the arrangements for collecting the plate?
Too many, I suppose. By the time this is over, I'll probably be running a tug in one of the banana republics. Damn it, the Admiralty made a big thing of this dinner. Good publicity, they called it.
And now they've changed their minds.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
I got through, Colin.
Anything fresh?
We know who number 4 is. The prints from the caravan match an Arthur Lagan. Done time for safe, Lloyd.
Yes?
Sir?
Well, Stewart?
Sub-Lieutenant Michaels would like a word with you, sir.
All right.
Sir?
Who's Michaels, Commander?
Officer of the day. Can't think what the deuce he wants. Come in.
Sir?
Well, Michael, what is it?
Sir, we've had a complaint from a woman about a dog, sir.
Dog?
Yes, sir. But it's peculiar because we couldn't have done it.
But then what? Well, speak English, damn it.
Yes, sir. Run over her dog, sir.
You trying to be funny, Michael?
No, wait a moment, Commander. What about this dog, Sub-Lieutenant?
Well, the woman phoned in, Chief Inspector. Says one of our trucks ran over her dog and didn't stop.
Michael, what the devil?
But, sir, I've checked every truck that's come in. Not a man knows a thing about it. And none of them should have been anyone near the place anyway.
She was sure it was a naval truck.
Sure enough, talk of suing us. But none of our trucks have been in that area, and I thought... Well, I couldn't be positive.
Positive? Of course it's positive. Damn good deductive reasoning, young fella. Help yourself to a gin.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
We need a map, Commander.
Oh, there's one here. Here we are.
I'll do it. Now, where was this dog run over?
About here, sir. At this village.
2 miles northeast of Helensburgh. That's about only 7 miles away.
Did she tell you where the truck was heading?
Northeast again, Chief Inspector.
Minor road, nothing else. Phil, we're in business.
What do you mean?
It's not a shortcut to anywhere. They've gone to Earth, Commander, somewhere around this section of the map. Commander, we'll leave right now. Will you contact the police and say I want the local bobby and a carload of men? We'll rendezvous, let's see, here at the crossroads. Well, we should be there in under 15 minutes.
Colin, the Kilburns are still waiting outside the gate.
Don't stop, driver.
Spotted us. They've started up.
Damn. Yes, they're following. Driver.
Yes, sir.
Lose them.
Yes, sir.
Take this next left turn off.
They're still there, but dropping back.
Pour it on, driver.
Yes, sir. Still dropping back.
Now, around this next right-hand corner, then the road forks.
Out of sight, Colin.
Take the left now. That may have done it.
No sign of them.
Must have taken the wrong port, sir.
Good. All right, ease off a bit. But we still haven't time to waste.
Hello, sir. You made good time.
Hello, Sergeant McLeod. How many men have you?
2 carloads, sir. 8, including myself. And the local man's here, too.
I want him.
Dugan.
Yes, Sergeant.
Sir? Constable, you know about this woman whose dog was hit?
I certainly do, sir. She's been phoning nearly every 10 minutes since it happened.
Mm-hmm. Now, take your time over the next one. Is there anywhere around here where there might be a furnace plant?
You mean some kind of thing that could melt down the Lockhead plate?
You've got the idea.
There's the old Oakland timber mill, sir. About 3 miles from here. Oh, it's been empty for years, but I did hear somebody had taken it over.
Then let's try the old Oakland timber mill.
Yards along, sir. There's an old path goes off to the left. The mill's at the far end. Oh, say, another couple of 100 yards.
All right. Driver, stay by your cars. Sergeant, sir? I want the rest of the men to spread out. We'll head through the trees and use every spot of cover that's going.
You heard, boys?
Yes, Sergeant.
Better check that gun, Phil.
Aye. Well, at least it's a nice day for it.
Just on a little, sir. I've told the rest to stay put.
Lead on.
Ooh, that shoulder again.
Oh, I'll manage.
Aye, there, sir. That's the place.
Yes. Like smoke from the chimney. This is it, all right. Sergeant, how close do you say we can get under cover?
20 feet, sir. Then the trees thin.
We could try a rush.
No, they've got guns, Phil, and we'd still need to force that main door. Wait a minute. There's a side door, too.
A pretty small one, but no windows overlooking it.
Move back a bit where we can talk.
You've got a plan, Chief Inspector.
Aye. One that should work, thanks to those trees. Phil, go back to the cars. See if there's a blanket, a sack, anything like that there. And tell the drivers, as soon as they hear a whistle blast, that they bring the cars up fast and block that path.
Right.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
By the time Inspector Morse gets back, I want the best tree climber among your men, and a long pole.
Yes. I don't follow, sir.
There's going to be no difficulty getting in, Sergeant. The door's going to be opened for us.
Yeah. Will you look at that stuff, Cara? That's fantastic. Get a load of this punch bowl.
Beautiful. Almost sacrilege to melt down such precious things, eh, Kilburn?
That must weigh about 10 pounds.
How many more cases to open now?
3. What's holding things up at the furnace?
A feed pipe seized, but it's fixed now. Lagan's watching it. Where's Grigor?
On guard at the main door like you told him.
Good, good. I'll see how Lagan's progressing.
She's coming on nicely, boss.
Good. How long now, Lagan?
Oh, any minute. I've got mold open, ready for a trial run.
Oh, this heat. How you can stand it? Are we ready yet?
She'll do. Put these gloves on. Then we thread the carrier bars through the bowl stub on.
I'll take this one. Oh, this heat.
Smoke! Like what's happening?
Chimney! Something's happened! The chimney must be blocked! This is Don Corner's down. Must get rid of this blood. Open that door. Let some of the smoke out. Open the door, quick.
Come boys, in that door.
Here we are. Run for it.
Look out, Sarge. I've got him. Let me in my handcuffs.
What's the other one? Keep back, copper.
Drop that path.
I've got him. Drop it. All right.
Well done, Dugan. Keep going, men.
It worked, Colin. Up the tree and a blanket over the chimney. It worked.
So, boys, take cover. There's one of them at the packing cases. The other's at the door. Kilburn, give it up.
The chopper.
2 rounds, Phil, each.
Kilburn's running, sir.
The lorry, Colin. He's making for the lorry. Kilburn, wait for me! Wait for Krieger! Did you see that? Ran him down like an atom. Our cars will stop him. No, he's off the track. Dodge them. Sergeant, another car, quickly.
We're gaining on him, sir. Want me to take him?
In that truck? No, it's near us across the road.
I'll get on the blower. Lay on a roadblock.
Oh, wait, sir. Look.
What?
He's heading for the bridge, sir. And there's another car coming towards it.
Are they crazy? There's no room to pass.
He must be doing 70.
That car, Phil. It's Margot and Liam.
What are they trying to do?
Kilburn knows. Only 2 people in the world would go at him like that.
They'll meet on the bridge. Head on.
Unless one driver gives, and my bet it... Yes!
They've made it.
Mr. Thane. Mr. Thane.
Oh, now steady, Diddle. Here, driver, lend a hand.
Yes, sir.
Phil, see what's happened?
Right.
I never want to try that again. I can't stop this trembling my hands.
You're a damn fool, Liam. You and your sister, a pair of damn fools. You're close to being a pair of dead damn fools.
I knew Patrick would break first, Mr. Thane. He always did when we were kids.
We've got him, Colin.
Is he?
No. He'll live and be tried.
Oh, I'm glad. Can I have a cigarette?
Yes, here. Take one of these.
There's blood on our hands. It would have solved nothing.
You're right, Kel. We can go home now and leave it. Leave it to the hangman.
In Leave It to the Hangman, the principal parts were played as follows. Chief Inspector Thane, Duncan McIntyre. Detective Inspector Moss, John Young. Patrick Kilburn, Brighton Murdoch. Liam Kilburn, Arthur Boland. Margot Kilburn, Gwyneth Guthrie. Others taking part were Effie Morrison as the landlady, Sheila Donald as Maria Colante, Charles Baptiste as Pietro Angelo, Joe Dunlop as the communications sergeant, Michael Elder as Fergus, Richard Finley as Johnny, John Grieve as Jock Mills, Bill Henderson as Sub-Lieutenant Michaels, Alec Monteith as Sergeant Farker, Douglas Murchie as Calvos, Alec Powys as John Balby, and Gerard Slevin as Speedwell. All other parts were played by members of the cast. Leave It to the Hangman was adapted by Bill Knox from his novel of the same name and produced by James Cramsey.